do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Good morning again, folks. It's Friday, it's DXtention. A time check for you, 10 minutes past 7 o'clock as we move in the morning time. I'll be here with you until 11:30. Good morning to Baska inside of London, England. What's up, my brother? Good morning to Alban Harris. Noma Ray. The lovely goddess Bella, good morning to you. Angie's Henry, good morning. Sunny Styles, I see you. You know the drill on the Facebook, right? Let's get it up. The one the Facebook looking like the YouTube. That's kind of my bad too, you know. Like I said, boss, let's just focus only on the YouTube for now. We go deal with Facebook later. That was a mistake. Should have dealt with both of them. Are we good still? Baby daddy, press that like, man.
You gotta be careful.
Adrian Watts, my brother, good morning to you. Jackie Raymond, how you doing? Miriam, good morning. Shelly Scarrett, good morning. There's some folks inside of Montreal locking it down this morning as well. Morning to you guys.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
Walanakwat. That name is like a cup of coffee, you know? You have to swallow it. Hot. Claude Abraham, good morning, my brother. Joyce Lynn Madison, good morning. V, good morning to you. Marilyn Ferguson, good morning. You good? Caroline and family, good morning to you as well. Wendy, and good morning. Cindy, good morning to you. We're having fun this morning. My Rose Hill people, Riverside people, Montrich, Plains. Good morning to you guys. I think some of you in some parts could listen to me on 91.5 based on where you're located. But don't worry. Soon bang again. How me teach squad? Can't hear all you at all. Betty James, good morning to you.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Sherilyn, good morning.
When you're walking,
how you doing?
what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful.
Auntie Rose.
You gotta be careful.
It's really steady 1 in the morning time. A little fun, a little humor for you. I know some of you must be just getting up or you're on work already. We're just dealing with the kids this morning, making some breakfast. Kim Cridland, good morning. Pasky Frank. Or Patsy Frank. Patsy sounds right.
I say we have to prepare.
Can't forget Noise Radio inside of Brooklyn, New York, always locking it down and broadcasting. Good morning to the people listening via Noise Radio.
Greed and jealousy.
Making a lot of noise in the morning time.
Man, you have to move with care. In that
15 minutes past, we're moving.
you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. How you move when you're moving. direction you're going. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk. Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
In your search for happiness, you gotta leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. With what you do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Good morning to Jules, listening on the Facebook. Gemma Warwood, good morning. Veronica, good morning. Kathleen Knights, Shama Jeremiah. Shaumin Rambasing. I hope I pronounced your name right. Remember, you guys know the drill, right? Whenever we on in the morning time, you're going to share Real FM with at least one person that has never listened to Real FM before. Or show. Better yet.
Staying alive, trying.
Share it up.
That is how it is today. So as you go along your way,
And don't forget to press that like. We want 100 likes this morning. And I'm going to say it again in the program while we going on.
you gotta be careful.
Need more likes. Motivation is real.
Where you go when you're walking.
Some folks inside of Bylands locking it down. Good morning.
Say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Sponsor of many cultural activities within the Trial State of Grenada.
My name is Anderson Matterson, also known as Leftist, and I'm a calypsonian and string band music player from Carrico. I support the games of the National Lottery Authority because culture benefits tremendously. Annually, the NLA supports the Carrico and Pittimatney Carnival, the Carrico String Band Music Festival, and all regattas, among other activities. When I play the game of the NLA, I can see where my money goes, and it's an investment into our culture.
Yes, Grenada, when you play the games of the NLA, you enable us to invest in the skills and talents of our people in the areas of sports, culture, and nation building.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
50 years as an independent nation. Now that's a reason to celebrate. Bank on a bright future with Quad Bank as we celebrate more than 50 years of partnership with Grenadians. Aspire, build, and advance with 100% financing to buy land, purchase or build your home, or make those much-needed home upgrades. No loan fees, no legal fees, low interest rates. And that's not all. 100% financing on brand new vehicles with 50% off loan fees. Celebrate you this year with special financing from Quad Bank. Apply today.
Welcome home.
Become a leak finder. Check for leaks in and around your home. Common places for leaks in the home are kitchen pipes, below kitchen sinks, shower heads, bathroom faucets, toilet tanks, and laundry rooms. One drip every second adds up to 5 gallons per day.
A message from the Climate Resilient Water Sector in Grenada, GCRUISE project.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and new, spacious, convenient, and modern facilities on Seton Brown Street in Grenville and Grand Anse. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the Credit Union of Grenville, your financial security is guaranteed.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissy. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons. Are you ready? Let's go!
Grenada. Get ready as the new National Party invites all to its 40th anniversary fundraising bingo event. Sunday, July 14th from 5 p.m. at Victoria Park, Grenville. Over $100,000 in cash and prizes to be won. Imagine you can win a Suzuki Ignis hybrid car, $50,000 in cash, plus other fantastic prizes. Tickets are $60 for one or $100 for two. Free buses will be available island-wide. Don't miss it, or you might just see your neighbor driving a Suzuki Ignis. Sunday, July 14th, we're heading to Victoria Park in Grenville for the new National Party 40th Anniversary Fundraising Bingo.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tourism is me, tourism is you. Tourism is everybody, and tourism connects us all.
Did you know that tourism generates revenue and foreign exchange earnings?
Did you know it stimulates infrastructural development and facilitates cultural exchange among people?
You must know tourism is linked to all industries,
from agriculture to construction.
So support the industry today and be welcoming to all our visitors.
Tourism is my business. Tourism is your business. Tourism is our business. Listen one and all. Tourism connects us all.
A message from the Ministry of Tourism
and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited, foundation to roof, let's build together. In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited, foundation to roof, let's build together.
Some exciting news for you. JetBlue is thrilled to announce its new non-stop flight every Saturday from Grenada's Maurice Bishop International Airport to the vibrant city of Boston. Now you can embark on your Boston adventure without any layovers. JetBlue is making it easier than ever to explore this incredible destination. Whether you're visiting family or friends, exploring for the first time, or simply experiencing Boston life, JetBlue has you covered with a convenient non-stop flight, complete with comfortable seating, complimentary snacks, and an array of entertainment options. You'll arrive in Boston feeling relaxed and ready to explore. So now's the time. Visit jetblue.com to book your flight and bring Boston closer to Grenada. Let your adventure begin.
Like family, it's always exciting when lottery players get together. Now the lottery games are joining in the fun. Check out the multiplier family of Instacash games. 5 times the cash at $2, 10 times the cash at $3, and 20 times the cash at $5. On your tickets, match any of our numbers with any of the winning numbers and win the prize below that number. There's more. Multiply your winnings up to 5 times, 10 times, or 20 times more. Winning is easy. Play Monday to Sunday. There are no draws to wait on. Win instantly. It's the multiplier family of Instacash games with over $675,000 to be won instantly. Don't just buy one, buy all, because family is everything. Must be 18 years and older to play. NLA, making family dreams come true.
Take a moment to consider water today. Leaving the pipe partially open can waste lots of water. Always ensure that the tap is tight. 1 drip every second can add up to 5 gallons per day. Do your part to conserve water today.
A message from the Climate Resilient Water Sector in Grenada, GCRU's project.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild.
Express your style with color by Sissons.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash the lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need talk close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe I'm repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging. Now we enacted one week. From the side to the country, streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff their pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later to protect the future.
Peace. Welcome.
Blessings. Igwe. On the 19th day of July, Friday, Real Expressions, DXtention. Grenada still remains my constituency.
Constituency.
Yeah, constituency. Real FM is my parliament. I'm the people's spokes. Man, blessed and protected by the Ancient of Days. I come here eager to give people the facts. And I just don't want them to believe me just so check what I say. Facts has only one side, so I fear no one. What you do with the facts is a matter entirely for you. I hope it helps you to make more informed decisions going forward. I'm here to advocate for the truth and justice, even when it don't affect me personally. They say justice delayed is justice denied. I'm here to advocate for those who cannot do it for themselves. Them people I'm in Carrico and pretty much the short things, the vulnerable. I'm here to bring hope to those who are hurting by the actions of this government. Real FM, real media, new media, Igwe. You don't say your party is the man to shout out new media.
Well, we are the new media.
Where shame is absent, anything could happen. Like the NDC continue to take advantage on poor people, children, and the vulnerable. When will NDC stop take advantage on poor people, children? So Igwe, I was walking through Grenville yesterday. And I meet a gentleman and we was having a conversation. And the man keep mentioning DJ Greasehan. I say, well, who is DJ Greasehan? The man say the minister of MIT, you know. He say he rechristened him.
DJ Greasehan?
Yeah, DJ Greasehan. Because he say he hand must get grease. Well, people say your hand get grease.
Be even like the piper.
Yeah, greasy grease.
DJ Greasehan.
Igor, we have a lot of things to unpack today. I don't know if you'll get through all of them. We must speak on the housing issue because we speak about the housing issue a long time, so we go take you from Bramble to Timber. We had to speak about the insurance and the impact and all kind of things. We had to speak about excerpts from the last press conference by the government and to show the mindset of the government. We must speak about GIS and the Eggman, DJ Eggman. And I have some questions for
Eggman now.
Yeah, we have some questions for DJ Eggman because we have to ask DJ Eggman if he know anything about some poultry funds. We have to ask him if he why he don't work with Air Jamaica again.
Okay.
We have to ask him if he accepted any responsibilities, like how you say he accepted GIS with his utter nonsense. We have to ask him if his ambition is to be a senator, so he will do if he will do anything to achieve that. There are some questions we must ask DJ Eggman. But we have to speak to the Spice Master because you see like the damage carnival, like he might not parade at the bands on the carnage. You see the light and the truck on them. So poor people, children who used to make a little money on the carnage, they call a look at Corey, and that's what this government doing. A gentleman say we should touch a little bit again on the shrimp farm because he say after that I will give him some confidence to discuss the issue. We must talk about this saga some Igwe.
Right. Well, you have too much in Victoria.
You don't have too much?
You have too much.
We have to talk about Bath. Somebody tell me speak about the condition in Bath that in Dennis Cornwall constituency. You see, if you go in Bath, you don't even have a place to park vehicle for us down the track line. You see down the dirty, I don't know what him being there. This morning the man call me 3 o'clock this morning and say, make sure you talk about those things. So we have a lot to unpack. Well, are you groaning so you go?
Continue, I'm going to my battery.
You see battery. So I say I have to make a check down there today and watch it for myself.
Somebody send me a picture from battery. Send it on the WhatsApp. You can see what's going on with battery.
Somebody say DJ Eggman.
DJ Eggman.
He's a known guy for peel firing here. But peel firing is taking slow. Well, maybe not peel firing. Maybe peel firing not the right word. So, Igwe.
DJ Grisan.
And DJ Eggman.
And DJ Eggman.
And so the title.
Them selector and them bad.
That two DJ singing like one, they sight like a couple bombs.
DJ Eggman.
You have to learn FIO, the director of FIO. We have a few questions to ask him to. Yeah, about the father and thing. He has something to unpack today. But we need to explain to the people, we have to go deep sea diving all the ego. About the mindset of this government. So I'll read something and then persons go, I'll connect the dots. Cross the T's and dots the I. The total grants received from January to May 2024 by the government of Grenada was 9.2 million. Fiscal report of May shows that revenue from January to May was 612.4 million. Increase in earnings from Investment Mitigation Agency, CBI, locally known, because you had a backlog of applicants, the Russians on them. So they were processing the first quarter. During the first 5 months of 2024, Grenada received approximately 1/3 of the grants projected by the Ministry of Finance, but with the passage of Beryl on July 1, it is expected that grants will increase. So, in a nutshell, Grenada was not doing well with grants as projected. So the economy was not as they was telling people. So we go play some clips and explain the clips as to the mindset of the government, bearing in mind there was a shortfall in grants received, 1/3. So if they had to get 3 grants, they get 1. Simply put, because all little children have to understand this thing. So play a clip from the Prime Minister there for me, because I going somewhere. Stay with me, Igwe.
I do you. If we do not recruit our young people and get them active in politics, you will end up with reluctant politicians or politicians by default. And when they become politicians by default, usually the only thing they're interested is in themselves, their friends, and their family.
All right. So this government is interested in themselves,
The friends,
them friends,
and the family.
and the family.
Yeah.
So I want people to take that note. So we're seeing that right now. In Carriacou, even with the passage of Beryl, we're seeing themselves, they're going home with things every time.
Chocolate.
The friends and the family. Let's play that clip again because I want people to get it.
If we do not recruit our young people and get them active in politics, you will end up with reluctant politicians or politicians by default. And when they become politicians by default, usually the only thing they're interested is in themselves, their friends, and their family.
So default and reluctant politicians only care about themselves, Igwe, their friends, and their family. So it is true to assume that the National Democratic Congress happens to be a default government or a reluctant government. That is why they only care about themselves,
The friends,
them friends,
and the family.
and them family. That is clear. Even if they could take all the dark shades and they will show to see Igwe. But reluctant politicians care about them friends, them family, and themselves. And then the amount of grants they should receive, there was a shortfall. So the mindset of these politicians was to find a way to continue to plunder the resources of this country. And we're going to hear the mindset of the government. Give me the Minister of Finance, Igwe.
Sorry about that earlier. Good morning to you and the members of the panel. My question is, the first question is to the Minister for Finance. With regard to the suspending of the escape clause, can you tell us when that will be done and what is the period of time that will be in place for?
Well, I can say that we have had extensive dialogue and discussion at cabinet level yesterday, and we have, based on the submission, we have certain things to still fine tune and clean up. Certainly after that, we should be able to at least take that position next Monday and be able to at least inform the general public on the way forward with some of the measures.
Now, within 24 hours, I think on the third news conference after burial, the Prime Minister announced that you had written to the international partners seeking a suspension of the loan agreements. Have you heard back from them, and what is the decision made with regard to that?
We have not sought a suspension of the loan agreements. What we have done is basically interact with them and utilize the measures that we are allowed under the loan agreement to defer payments if needs be. We began the process even before Beryl hit us on Grenada because we were aware, based on the meteorological information, that Grenada was likely to be impacted by Hurricane Beryl, and therefore, days before Beryl hit us, we already put things in motion to ensure that we can interact with our partners at the World Bank, IMF, and other entities that we borrow from.
And my final question.
Yes, Igwe. Now everybody was asking the question, why this default government happen to be disorganized, not ready, and not prepared for burial. So the Prime Minister could have leave and go on his frolic. When he come back and they ask him, he say, you don't have to tell nobody nothing. Because everybody find this thing strange. A normal person wouldn't be like that. Then we hear how much ministers, what know the storm was coming. They knew the expected or suggested date of the storm. But yet still, they leave and they travel to the diaspora to have gala. So everybody was like, well, how this thing could happen? Then the Prime Minister started explaining now, it's a default government. So they only care about themselves, their friends and their family. And then the Minister of Finance, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, telling us with a straight face, but since we hear burial coming, we start to think about how we go plunder the resources. How we won't pay, we go tell them we can't pay debt and all kind of thing. To give and spend beyond the means of government, you know. So in a nutshell, Igwe, them men and them the glad burial coming. Because they don't get enough grants. The whole thing with the CBI, the backlog done, so they won't get that, they won't make that rest of money for the year. So the CBI burial, when they see burial coming, they say, yes, there will be opportunity to misuse and to plunder the resources of Grenada. Because it died there was not mine. Play the latter part in the Minister of Finance again for me.
A lot of money?
It's not me saying thinking out by me scared that tongue. Me scared that tongue.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would even go further.
You just stay with me,
from a pure economic point of view, a pure economic
Finance.
analysis point of view, to indicate the performance of
You say a lot of money?
I said, I'm not the Minister of Finance.
No.
I say in the latter part of the Minister of Finance, the second half, the second question.
My bad.
Stay with me, Igwe.
I do with you.
But you see, we have to put all this thing in perspective. I just sent you a clip again. With a fella they call Scared. And Scared was down here.
You hot this morning, you know.
Huh?
I say, you want me busy around here this morning?
No, man, we have to just break down the thing to the Grenadian people.
There we go. Walking.
We just have to, because you see, we need to give the people facts and the thing. We don't come here bluffing and with emotions.
You ready for it?
That
Oh gosh. He still there?
That guy want to talk?
That guy want to talk. Ready for it?
Yeah.
And I would not be making a political statement to say that you are fortunate at this time to have Prime Minister Gonzalez at the helm of the government in the country. Because he has the experience, he has the capacity, and very importantly, he has the international and regional connections to help mobilize resources during the most difficult time confronting the world now.
start from the beginning again, because I want people to hear, because he was here, scared. Well, listen what he say on day in St. Vincent.
And I will not be making a political statement to say that you are fortunate at this time to have Prime Minister Gonzalez at the helm of the country.
He didn't say in Green that he was fortunate to have Deacon Mitchell because he knew that it's not true. You understand, Igwe? Yeah. It's a simple case. And when we try to speak on issues and to steady this government, they saying it's about politics because they don't want nobody correct them. Igwe, the IMF, based on what I heard, warned this government about the situation of the CBI for exactly the situation we find ourselves in burial. Because they say if something like burial and them come, Igwe, it will affect your main 50% on the CBI. So what simple happen, Igwe, is like what we say here, the place just happened to open like book. So everybody could read. So we know they didn't get enough grant. We know they make our money in the CBI only because of the backlog of applicants. And who the applicants are? Some say it's the Russians. I don't know. Because the other fellow was saying, we see people as anybody. You play that for me the other day. A fellow say we only come for the CBI. We see people. We don't see.
The CBI one. Give me Adrian.
Everybody. Whether you are Chinese, whether you are Russian, whether you are African, the first thing this administration sees is a human being.
Money.
So the backlog of applicants for the first quarter of 2024, what are the nationalities of these people? So the Minister of Finance with Linda Stricker. Morning, Linda, how are you doing? Because Linda, when you just ask them questions, they just say, why the one thing? Because when they ask them all the insurance thing, they say, you don't know what to ask. Because they never know. Because we see lack of institutional knowledge is beating up now on them men and them Igwe. So the Minister of Finance say, why is burial coming Igwe? For them to put things in place. Some go in America in Gala, one go on the frolic. He say cricket he go and watch. He say that. What he say? We don't know if that's true. Because we don't have the empirical evidence for that. And then he's a man, the truth abideth not in. So anything he see, you have to take it with a pinch of salt, Igwe. So the Prime Minister say what is a default? Because what he explained to be a default is the same thing what happening here. You see, when you're checking out yourself, the friends and the family alone, that is a default government. So we understand that. And then the Minister of Finance, Lego the crackerjack. You see what? Let me hear again, man. I want him to say. Sean Bell coming by with the thinking out how you think you pay debt and just spend money.
You and the members of the panel. My question is, the first question is to the Minister for Finance. With regard to the suspending of the escape clause, can you tell us when that will be done and what is the period of time that will be in place for?
Well, I can say that we have had extensive dialogue and discussion at cabinet level yesterday, and we have, based on the submission, we have certain things to still fine-tune and clean up. Certainly after that, we should be able to at least take that position next Monday and be able to at least inform the general public on the way forward with some other measures.
Now, within 24 hours, I think on the third news conference after burial, the Prime Minister announced that you had written to the international partners seeking a suspension of the loan agreements. Have you heard back from them, and what is the decision made with regard to that?
We have not sought a suspension of the loan agreements. What we have done is basically interact with them and utilize the measures that we are allowed under the loan agreement to defer payments if needs be. We began the process even before Beryl hit us on Grenada because we were aware, based on the meteorological information, that Grenada was likely to be impacted by Hurricane Beryl, and therefore, days before Beryl hit us, we already put things in motion to ensure that we can interact with our partners at the World Bank, IMF, and other entities that we borrow from.
Igwe, I keep telling you, just follow the money.
They plan not to pay.
So, the Met Office giving focus on burial. You already seen trying to decide how you won't pay debt. But yet still you have ministers going on gala. That had to be a default government. Anyway,
something to write in there.
You don't checking out the constituency, checking out going in gala.
That Facebook link you sent me. With Simon Says, you asked me to put it up.
No, that is the present condition in Pity Matnik with the refuse, the garbage and thing.
Oh, Dad.
That I tell you, they don't care about nobody. So, the government of Grenada, in my view, based on the empirical evidence adduced, the default government thing by the Prime Minister, the fact that ministers knew the thing was coming and they still go on their own frolic, including the Prime Minister, so they didn't care. And then the Minister of Finance said, well, we didn't worry because we know burial coming, and we know we go just those facilities that allow us not to service the debt and thing, we just go do that and spend money. Suspend the Resiliency Act and just spend money. So it's all the money goes, so the man don't care. And that was the mindset. That is why everybody saying they were not prepared. Not that they were not prepared alone. They just didn't care. Because they see it now. Let the hurricane come and mash up. We go get excuse for the poor financial management of the country. And we will get a lot of help. That is simply what took place. So whilst we out here and the people in Carrico and Pity Matnik catching in, them men and them see that as a way and means of plundering the resources of the country. So they don't sorry out nobody. So they say after Jenny sappy them on the garbage, they send and pick it up. Late yesterday evening. So you see this government, you always have to tell them. And at first they just say it's not true, but then they just do it. So thanks Simon Says, Jenny. Because they're going to pick up the garbage as I hear. Information suggests that they send and pick it up late yesterday evening. You understand? So if Simon didn't say nothing, chupul. Watch. Street people say Igwe. All the trip the Prime Minister make, they say one time he go in Pity Matnik. I don't know if that's true. But in the campaign, how is it say? Pity Matnik, Carrico and Grenada. Yeah.
I must clip that out.
Yeah, Pity Matnik, Carrico and Grenada. That time, Pity Matnik, Carrico and Grenada, nice. Now they catching a nenen. You didn't want to be associated, you want to go there. You might make a umpteen trips to Carrico. But if Pity Matnik, you don't go. So people start to talk about that. So expect him to see me Pity Matnik because they just react to things, So he get in, he set a fly with the helicopter because he like to be in the air. I don't know what all the air he like. He like to be in the air. So he going up with them helicopter because if he feel now, if he can't go in Dubai and them now, so that might a strain on him. So he say, let me take some helicopter ride instead. But he go. The issue is this default government is not performing with distinction. You have two. I expected complaints, Igwe, I must say that. But the complaint is too much and too real. Igwe. And that takes me to another issue.
Me
I take a break here and come back.
Oh, that mean thing hard.
Right?
Anytime you say take a break, I want to know you.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tell me candid, be too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So maybe I'm repeating. Go.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's equality.
Tourism is me, tourism is you, tourism is everybody, and tourism connects us all.
Did you know that tourism generates revenue and foreign exchange earnings?
Did you know it stimulates infrastructural development and facilitates cultural exchange among people?
You must know tourism is linked to all industries,
from agriculture to construction.
So support the industry today and be welcoming to all our visitors.
Tourism is my business, tourism is your business, tourism is our business. Listen one and all, tourism connects us all.
A message from the Ministry of Tourism
and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash the lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley, but they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need talk close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I begging go. Now we and I did one week. From the side to the country, streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on the knees. And I'm begging go now. They try to stick me with rage me. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing. This message come loud.
Igwe.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm. Stay with me, man.
I'm right here, a senior here.
You don't stay with me this morning, man.
Nah, man, you give me all kind of thing. Senior, have you been listening to us?
On and off. We
So,
have,
all right, so senior, I think today we want to touch a few things, eh? We want to touch on the housing issue because that is something you're very passionate about and have been talking about it a lot, especially Karikou. The do nothing government, as they say in terms of the insurance, the grants, the Eggman, DJ Eggman in GIS with the whole thing. They say he was eavesdropping, he overhear a conversation and he gonna publish it and then he had to retract it. The Eggman and I have some questions to ask him. Because Spice Mas, they say he mightn't have parade of the bands on the carnage because of the lights and them on the truck. So all the vendors on the carnage, like the Kalaloge Corey. Yeah, real sarcasm because the Prime Minister had a plan for sarcasm, but I don't find anything in it.
You see, we.
Yeah. So, I'll play a couple clips, Mr. Pierre, about the present state of play about the government. The first one with the Prime Minister when he say, a default government only check on themselves, the family and the friends. The second one is what is interesting to note, because even you and myself in discussion wondered why the Prime Minister was so comfortable in going on the eve of the storm. And when they come back, he said he don't have nothing to say. And then so much ministers was in New York at the time of the storm, only to understand from the Minister of Finance that once they hear the storm coming, they start to talk about do paying debt and all kind of things, so they didn't care. Like, all the old people say, chupul. If you mash up, they just go get more money. So that's why they were so unprepared and continue to be unprepared for the storm. And that is the mindset of the government. As you said, that is the policy of the government, is to just use the finance according to Tillman Thomas, is just to plunder the resources of the country, Mr. Pierre. So with that said, what's your take on that aspect of things?
It shows, and again, and that's some of the sad situation that is going on in Grenada. It shows the level of disrespect and arrogance for your people. You expect a disaster pending. You claim you notify the IMF and other institution that you would not be able to pay them. But at the same time, you went on your regular luxurious tours to have 6 ministers outside, including the Prime Minister, in an activity that could have taken place on Zoom. But he felt he had no responsibility to answer the question when he was asked. In fact, he thought they had no right to ask him that. You don't have to make comment. How could a Prime Minister who went away in a pending disaster felt that he did not have to respond to the concerns of Grenadians? And journalists normally ask the questions that they believe the people want to hear. So it was disrespectful and arrogant in the Prime Minister. And that is why I very early I said he's a fake. And I don't take lightly to intellectuals, academia, these individuals in leadership who show contempt and disrespect for fundamental issues. Remember the statement the Prime Minister gave the impression to journalists that they will have more freedom of information. He was practically chastising the previous government. And when he came, he was treating them with contempt. Now, over the period of time, I've been pointing out some fundamental issues to some of our political activists that are danger signs that are taking place in Grenada. And one of them is the Prime Minister's attitude to the journalists and now radio personalities who seems to question the movement. Sometimes we create our monsters. We help to create Maurice Bishop. We help to create him because we could have pointed out to Maurice Bishop on the way, not chief. Don't do that. But we hated Eric Gary so much that we tolerated a monster. And the excesses of Maurice Bishop was a direct reflection of the people who ought to be the watchdogs in Grenada. Who ought to be the watchdogs? We must let the public know. The institutions who like to demand respect when they don't qualify to get it. They don't own it, they demand it. The trade union have to be a watchdog. They have representation at the highest level in parliament. The farmers' organization, the bar association is a watchdog. Because according to the bills that are tabled in parliament, they demand that government consult with them. Now, we cannot have these individuals playing hefe, demanding respect from the ordinary man, and then selling us out. And that's what it is. The organization should come down on Dick Mitchell for not answering that question. For his attitude, what he promised, freedom of information, and within 2 years, Dick Mitchell walked away from it. And he feels so good that he brazen. He raided the GDB Bank. Tillman Thomas would have liked the word plunder.
Yeah.
But he raided the GDB Bank and compromised the directors of the bank by letting them take loan for themselves. So what's going to happen to people who are directors on lesser boards? They're going to feel they have a license to live on it.
And that's one of the things that happened in Carriacou, Mr. P. Because what happened soon after the result of the elections, and you heard the Attorney General trying to say persons behaving our way during the election. But we see all of the persons, including the head of NADMA and others, fully clothed in the colors of the National Democratic Congress. And they hold big office now, but the two little poor people children, they claim was in NNP thing. They make them go. And that is why this government is a default government, Mr. P. You bring up all the GDP, and we need to speak on that, because there's some questions that need to be asked. Apart from the two fundamental things about the GDP, Mr. P, is that members of the legislature, I mean MPs and so on, and board members ought not to be getting loans from the GDP. But what we see, the default government, the friends, the family, and themselves. So the question is, Mr. P, because street people want to know, if any director on the GDP board received any loan from the GDP, and in the last 2 years bought any properties on Lucas Street and Pity Matnick. And if that is so, Mr. P, the whole board of directors need to go. Because the other question is, did any member of the legislature, being a senator, receive any monies from GDB and was told to go and get another financial institution to buy out that loan? Another question we need to ask, because you see the board of directors is important here. Did any security for any loans by any member of the legislature, was the security for that loan sold? And you see, when you have these questions unanswered, Mr. P, and the same journalist you alluded to that he spoke of to scrutinize him, because if you check the 3 persons he mentioned about scrutiny, every time he has a dialogue with them, is the same questions they ask him over and over. So the whole scrutiny, Mr. P, is not being done. And when you leave things to speculate, that is why they're giving credence to me and you, Mr. P, because we're asking those questions. And then they're making all kind of sly comments out, they're making noise. However, yesterday, on Simon says she spoke about the situation in Pity Matnick with the garbage, Mr. P. and before the sun went down, before dark night come, they go and fix it. So these people are just, how you call them, neophytes? That name is attached to them?
Political neophytes, but they're bad-minded. You see, political neophyte just mean you're young and inexperienced and first time and etc. But these individuals have some evil intent. And that is, when you hear you have your country deteriorate, all of us have to blame you. Not only the politicians. Because the institutions in a democracy, people could have the freedom to organize themselves. So you have organized labor. So issues that affect the union leaders should speak about it. So when the government decided to fire people who it appears as seems had green clothes on them for the election, the union should object. Because the union should say, we saw teachers and high-level public officers with green clothes, with yellow clothes, hugging the prime minister. But most of these unions then endorsed the NDC. So they will prefer to sacrifice those who wear green clothes of a lower rank that support the NDC, NNP. And the prime minister, in his reaction to it, said, let her go to court. The prime minister knows the union would not fight for these people. In addition, the prime minister knows lawyers don't bother with these people. Look at the sister from Maribor that the parliamentary representative from Maribor took her land. She sat on the same bench with the parliamentary representative. And she been to lawyers, more than one. But the fee alone, she'd stay home and she shedding tears. Now that is how your country decay. Your country decay because the so-called leaders of the country that want to command respect, they don't want nothing. They bandits. And unless we don't have people who will call them out, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't change. So a government come and they could go and just raid the bank and they give the directors permission to take money. And there should be an outcry over that. The directors of the bank have to resign. I have not found their names yet. I've been asking for the resignation, but maybe the time has come to get the name and call the name out. They have to go. So when you do that in GDB Bank, what you expect for gravel and concrete? What you expect for NIS? What you expect for Lotto? Because people would see the bank as one of the premier organizations. And if you could plunder the bank like that, what you expect for Carnival? What you expect about sharing food in Carriacou? Where the present directors that sharing food have a policy of drummers food, family first. So when the majority of drummers say, well, they say drummers food, we don't get food. Because drummers are beating the music, you know. They say, well, you don't know it's family first. Even though the family cannot be drum. You deteriorating your society. You're turning your democracy into a sham. And this is what gave rise to revolution. A group of people overtake it and they lock up all who are in the jail people. And you have a number of people being murdered. And who they turn against to? They turn against the so-called petty bourgeois. Is not in the interest. It is not in the interest of our so-called leaders to continue that level of corruption. This is blatant, brazen corruption. And it is not in the interest of the very leaders. All they have to do is to look further than the nose. Look 5-10 years down the road, you would be affected most. Because when the masses rise up, it's an angry, uncontrolled crowd that gets on. And the government implement the policy of vengeance and restorative justice. And while they're doing it, they plunder in the institutions. So the very economy of Grenada, you could have serious damage or irreparable damage
as
to
the
the
sister
economy.
said.
This I have said to a number of my top NDC partners in discussion. And now I like to say partners in discussion. I don't know how close we are anymore. But partners in discussion. That even the level of violence that's in the country. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes,
Mr. Pierre, I wanna find out what is the role of the Bar Association? I would really like to know what is the role of the Bar Association. And if you know, please let me know. Thank you.
Well, in my opinion, the Bar Association is principally an organization that seeks the interests and conduct of the lawyers. Basically that. They seek the interests and the conduct of the lawyers. But because of the nature of their profession, the legal minds, they command unimaginable respect in the country.
Yep.
Yes, scholar, welcome.
Hello. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness. Good morning to you, Master Carl.
Yay.
Mr. P.
Yes,
and
brother.
Igwe.
Yes, my brother.
With all what is taking place, I need the Grenadian population, including Piti Matnik and Carrico by extension, where no communication is a problem. But I need the Grenadian population. Do not be distracted. Keep your eyes on the situation over at the Richmond Hill prison. Our superintendent is under pressure. While I am saying that as a concerned citizen, I also need us to take our eyes not off on the electoral office. The electoral office, because you see, behind the disaster, these guys and them are still committing the crime. So look at Her Majesty Prison. The situation, I'm in sympathy with the superintendent of prison. He's under pressure. They want to get him out. Keep our eyes there. Don't only let the hurricane and Carrico and Piti Matnik distract us. No, Master Carl, Mr. P. Igwe and the listening audience, it is very unfortunate, I repeat, it is very unfortunate at this time that we have to experience a disaster under the Deacon Mitchell administration. And the reason why I am saying that is simple because they themselves is a disaster. And we are facing a greater disaster. When you put it together, that spell chaos. That is why the Prime Minister, think of Antigua, one of them, I need to be corrected, says that the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines are fortunate to have Ralph Gonzal at the head, at the hem of the disaster because of his maximum amount of experience. There are major disasters that face us in Grenada, and we were blessed to have somebody like Dr. Kit Mitchell who brought for all this disaster and Grenadian build back better. One more thing I have to say because I am not at home, but when I come back I will join you all again. Grenadians, I want to let you all know, don't make this administration, the Deacon administration, play no games with none of us, including me, where you're pleading for people to go out there and help. Listen, I am not saying we don't supposed to go out there and help. Well, let me tell you something. This administration have money. I repeat, this administration have money. If you want people to come out and help, I am not against that. I myself when the time comes, I will go out and help. But if I come out and help Monday, pay me Tuesday. If I come out and help Wednesday, pay me Thursday. And if I come out and help Friday, pay me Saturday. Or you have money. These people have money. And right now, agricultural workers are scrambling. Give them a little money in their hand. They don't not make to sell. Mr. P, they don't have cocoa to sell. He first keep Mitchell. He called them long time and give them a little $2 to keep the family going. I will join you all a little later when I get home. Blessing. Thank you.
I just want to respond to two things. The guy asked about the Bar Association.
Yep.
And as I said before, the Bar Association, like all groups and organizations, have their group. And it's principally to propagate themselves and their ethics and etc. But in addition to that, by the very nature, the bar command unimaginable respect in our country.
People respect lawyers.
But over the years, all lawyers have tricked, deceived, and sell out with people. In addition to that, I don't know of any serious charitable assistance lawyers have provided as a group. Individual lawyers might have things. I know when they do something, they call it pro bono. And these individuals ought to be some custodians of our democracy as a group. Look at the action when we had the referendum. They was against the referendum. The Bar Association has never intervened in Grenada. Never. To settle any dispute amicable way back in 1955. And this organization, I think, must have about 100-year-old record.
What?
It's
they've been around long.
It's only about themselves. Wow. Today, I listened to one judge in a court asking them to represent people. And then sometimes they could even nudge Judge 1,000 years, who seems to be giving the stiffest penalty to men in the court.
1,000 years.
Judge 1,000 years. Particularly poorer they are, quicker they go in jail. I don't know when last we have a good lawyer in Grenada we could call a criminal lawyer. In yesteryear, you could have stung them in the Caribbean. But today, our lawyers seems more preoccupied with making their money. And they seems to, and this government is a good government for the lawyers. Because this government advocating the class structure. And the lawyers are one of the biggest paid group in this country. And these are some of the issues that continue to cause poverty, corruption, and ultimately revolt. But we must also look at another one. The comment made by the guy about Ralph Gonzalez. But Grenada have a standard, a template that was set by the past government. We must never ignore.
Well, we say the past government don't do nothing.
Well, they don't have the power to say nothing. As far as I'm concerned, this group is a bunch of vultures. They vultures. Anytime you prey on the elderly, the physically disadvantaged, the weak, the young people, you are a vulture. This group plunder the bank and they're selling out our foreign affairs. And they on the CBI program. No qualms about character, decency. When I hear people quoting NDC, it does disappoint me. That's a group of vultures.
Have a nice
practically a disease in this country. Listen to the Minister of Legal Affairs. She warned, she said we could cause serious damage, irreparable damage to the economy. And then she behaving as a 15-year-old, jumping up with her hand in the air, doing as if she's a gun and saying, shoot Babylon. Now, when you get this quality of characters, where did we get? How come Grenadians selected this quality of, because of her level, because of her lawyer, because of her very status in society, she obviously will be treated with the greatest respect. She might be a liberal, but if the queen honor now, she accepting it. So one expects a more ladylike gesture from her. This was one of the individuals that contributed to the upsurge in violence in our country. Because the young men and women were watching her jumping up on one foot and saying, "Shoot Babylon, bow, bow." This is like a catalyst for violence when it comes from the top echelons of our society. The Prime Minister himself encouraging obscenities on the stage and making social media movie with that which is an illegal substance. These two individuals, I lay the upsurge in crime directly at the door. And the other ministers obviously was complicit. Look at the language that emanated from them. Fractious language. One sell a vehicle, I never heard that to me whole life. Somebody lend you a bicycle, you sell it, and you want to justify why it is you should sell it. Another one consider himself as a hatchet man, firing people and complaining only $2 in your account after his first paycheck. A bunch of greedy, irresponsible vultures that we selected. And now they continue to go around to victimize individuals. So this is what we have. We selected them, and now we have to do what we could to absorb some of the shock and encourage them to be better. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Master Carl. Good morning, Eagle. Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Blessings.
Morning, Extension. Master Carl.
You buy any land on Lucas Street and in Petit Matnik?
And you don't tell us?
I plead the fifth.
You was saying now?
Carl.
Yay.
We have something to unpack this morning in about 5 minutes. I'm going to unpack it because here's what. You know, we are entering a stage of what you call dangerous democracy. That is my term for it. Dangerous democracy. Because apparently, it's who can give out the best information and who can give out the worst information and who can give out lies, right? I want to know, Master Carl. Question number one. Name me any program or 9 programs that NNP is a part of. The new national party. 9. Name me one out of the 9.
That NNP is a part of?
Can you name any?
No, I don't know.
That NNP, right. Well, apparently NNP had 9 programs and they are on 1,000,001 registrations, and there are calls for the NTRC to make sure that your wattage is good. You all pay your license for radio and thing. But hear what? The only program I know in Grenada that is politically backed by a political party is called NDC Heartbeat. Right? And the NDC Heartbeat does have government ministers on a political party program. You understand where I'm going? So that way misinformation has come. So you're placating to your party supporters on a party program. When you're supposed to be on a government program, putting your government ideas out. That's one. Master Carl, who was the lawyer for a company named WRB? And who was WRB sponsored by or was in charge of Grenada? You have any idea?
The Head Horn Show.
The where?
The Head Horn Show.
Right, so WRB...
The Chief Advocacy.
That is based in Miami. Right. And they were in charge of an entity called Grenlec. The lawyer for that company, WRB, was a guy called Deacon Amis Thomas Mitchell. If all don't know, all of them NDCites in the diaspora, if all don't know. Deacon Thomas Amis Mitchell, whatever his name is, he fought against Grenadians by keeping Grenlec out of Grenadians' hand. Right? For how much years? Make millions. That hotel down in the south, close to where you living down there. I call the one again, the one going on by Fantasy down there. Can't remember the name. Deacon Miss Mitchell is the lawyer for that same guy who was preaching that he wanted Dr. Mitchell out of office. Hence,
Warren?
Dr. Mitchell had a very, yes.
Warren?
If they want some history, they give them. Because them in the diaspora doesn't know, or they don't know what's going on here. We know. Let me tell you all. So, Newfield was saying he wanted Dr. Mitchell out. Hence the reason why Dr. Mitchell had a reason to say in the parliament, if he was on the street, he would say certain words. And he was rightly so. Right? So when you guys were saying, follow the money, follow the trail, you all was on par with that. You understand? Who was the lawyer that get workers sent home during the COVID pandemic from SGU? Let me ask a question. Let me go.
The head honcho.
Who know is the Prime Minister that was saying it was criminal, because apparently they doesn't listen to our program, because they're telling people, don't call Shaggy program, don't call that program, don't go and press like, don't watch this, but watch mine, because mine is the truth, right? Who was the Prime Minister that said you go trap seaweed and bring net? You understand? Look, no Ghanaians which have seaweed. That is nature, right? But come up the Grenlet. The gentleman happened to sign the new agreement in May, right? But he signed recently now with Grenlet. Look at his face when he was talking in that press conference. Look at his face. And the truth was then, in 2007, Dr. Mitchell and his team signed onto that insurance, but they couldn't have signed Grenlet. Because why? Because Mitchell had Grenlet against...
No, he was a gatekeeper.
You understand? So all of these NDCites who listening and playing you all don't know, and playing dumb you don't know. Listen to the facts. You all have a minister in Karaku cussing senior officers in front of more senior officers. You all have a minister in Karaku...
Man, say the commissioner of police was there now.
You all have a minister in Karaku that went on a program, he and Ron Redhead, and saying people will make jail. And he called himself the hatchet man. Right? You all have a minister in Karaku that's on Facebook crying, literally crying, and saying he was blown away, he had no house and he had no place to sleep, and we all this together. Lo and behold, the man, nothing wrong with the man's house. You understand? You all have a minister you all have a minister in Karaku that is alleged involved in all kind of sexual misconduct, and nobody in investigating that. You all have an AG that's studying a man with a cell phone bill, right? In the first case, how that cell phone bill come out to the public? You all accusing people in the ministry of leaking information and threatening them, right? You all hire Fall Farmer as director of GIS.
DJ Eggman.
I never seen nothing wrong yet. Yeah?
I have some question for DJ Eggman.
Yeah? You all have a guy. All of a sudden, all the years Dr. Mitchell Green as Prime Minister, and mind you, NDC was there for 10 years, between that 22 years, so they get the math wrong.
They must have forgot.
NDC was there for the last 9 years. You understand? All of a sudden, he could come open business with bicycling grader. Why he could open it before? Yeah? Money nice now. Your party in power. All of them people with NDC. Let me go further. You all have a gentleman, a senator, somebody that wasn't appointed a minister, allegedly may cost the life of an innocent worker, understand, on a sanitary truck, because ego means that you don't want to bring your garbage up to the road where everybody else bringing the garbage. Truck capside, man died. Where is that minister now? Where is he? Where is the minister? Where is the AG, the Attorney General, Claudette? Where is she? Because right now, the bossing body likes to put in the carnage. Trucks can't pass in the carnage. So mind you, I know trucks can pass in the carnage with music, because back in my days DJing on the ground, there were small trucks. Right now, you can go back to the small trucks and pass in the carnage. I watched some of them lights the other day. Some rocking, some not working. You understand? So let me tell you something. When all they digging all the pit and all the calling NMP people, all kind of man stripping, we have facts and we have recordings. You understand? You all do not say that nonsense and you all calling program, you all want people, watch me, this country is not America. We can live here and go and vote in America. So all in the diaspora, if all they have all the Panama across there, better they stay across there and vote for Deacon across there and let become president or prime minister for America. Because trust me, all they feel this man is some kind of sin. We have too much receipts for you all. Too much massacre.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. The Prime Minister said a default government is when you're looking after yourself, your friends and your family alone.
And your family.
Does that reflect any government in Grenada?
Massacre. That's a hard one. You see, these are the things that makes people question. But they're doing good. Look, for instance, you have food going up to Caracou. You have equipment going up to Caracou. I have family that send barrel. I was on the port Tuesday. You know that these people are them basically saying you have to pay money, right, to put on the boat by when that man, you have to go by that man, pay money, to put your barrel on the boat. Come back by that man, ask, well, where the barrel have to go? Mr. Man, if I bring a barrel from wherever I bring it, I want to go straight by my family. Why do I have to bring it in that man for you to go to my barrel, take out my stuff and share that amongst people? I have my family to deal with. You are yours. I understand in times of need, you have to share, but if I say donate it to Nadma, that is different to when I donate it to my family. A lot of nonsense happening and a lot of what I call victimization going on in Caracou. And they know it. You understand?
Anthony, the place just open like book.
Well, yeah, they open it.
So everybody could read now. So the things we've been saying all along are the saying we lie. Now everybody's seen it.
I mean, come on. And these people and them feel, it's like everything they do is like the most go on the social media, the most do this. And people that experience what is happening in Caracou, they're saying they lie. I mean, come on. How are you telling me you give a guy say he is a businessman? Fair enough. You become a minister, you was with a bank doing business. When you become a minister, a legislator, you're supposed to recluse yourself from all these things. You say that you get a loan to save your business. Explain to me how that business closed down in Carnage. How? And what you do with that money? Yeah?
But you do explain to me the properties on Lucas Street and Petit Matnik, but you know about closed down in Carnage. Okay.
Master Carl.
Okay.
Master Carl.
You're holding out.
I hear you. We good.
You're holding out.
And I know.
Don't say nothing. I tell you plead the fifth already. Let me talk. Yeah. According to Silva Cat, give me room. Let me talk.
Master Carl, let me tell you something. I know our properties.
Don't say nothing.
No. Hold on. I really something for you. I know a property situated in Tempe. Total value $214,514. That's my property. That's what I know about. You understand? So that's the property I know about. I know nothing else. That is mine. I don't know who buy. I don't know who get loan to buy. I don't know who on board. I don't know what going on. But all I'm saying, I want to know where Minister Lacko is. And
they say since the talk come out about the garbage truck, that encounter difficulty going down that hill. A man lost his life, they say Lacko hiding.
Hiding, yeah.
Like Adam in the garden, but even Adam was found out.
And where the Attorney General? Where is that one? Where's the Minister of Health? Yeah? Where's the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Yeah? Don't worry, man. What? Time longer than time. Master Carl, before I leave, I want to say to the people at Caracou, keep the strength, keep the resilience.
Who they put in for Commissioner of Prisons? Was he accused of a heinous crime? Did he retire as a sergeant? I don't know. Do some digging, you in town. You in the capital. Find out who coming on the 1st of August and was he accused of a heinous crime? And the father said no. We have some receipts here. Right now, I have some receipts afraid.
The police headquarters that they rebuilding, or the one that they say they refurbish.
They say men no going work, so go slow going up there. I have all that on them on file. I have to ask Andy about it. I have to ask DJ Greasehan. What's how the work are going on food judge if them men and them going on a go slow because they don't get pay a month now. All that records we have on files.
Yeah, man, we have them on files. Master Carl, I will give you a call back later. Listen what you're saying. Have a good morning.
All right, senior.
Good morning to Annette Michelle.
Sometimes I think listening to the other caller, The NNP party over the years have been very weak where providing information is concerned to counter attacks. And in a democracy, it's fair game for a political party to throw punch at you. And if you're not answering those punch, they throw more. In all fairness,
I have a nice comment here for you, Mr. Pierre. It is surprising though. This NDC administration so weak. It is not even funny. They will attack anyone or any group that expose their lies. I never met a group that hates their own democracy. What do you say that word? Democracy?
Democracy.
Democracy.
You see, the NDC is not a large group, you know. A lot of people don't understand. NDC,
88 of them.
NDC may be most 2,000, 3,000 people.
Yeah.
It's not a big group of people. That is why they have to tell so much lies to people. The NDC believe they're smarter than everybody. They have a great command of the English language, and they're in a different social class. There are some people who want to be in that social class, so they latch on to them. There are some people who are upset with the political party they're in, so they hatch on to NDC. But the core NDC is not a big group. And they believe once they satisfy their group, they could survive. And the NNP as a party have been observing NNP over the years. They have ignored public relations. Yes, scholar, welcome. Yes, scholar. Color there?
Yeah, while the people, the voice of one crying. While the people in Carriacou and Pitimatnik at this present time, 95% of them have been hit with a dangerous hurricane. And most of these people struggling, most of these people do not have an income. And there are information reaching me from intelligence sources that there are people that is going around Carriacou, putting up tarpaulin on the house of some people that got damaged and charging them $300 as much as $1,000 to put up tarpaulin on the house. Ask people from Carriacou. Get that. Come on, get that. I need Mr. Deacon Mitchell and your crew. Don't save that money that you get to go and gala, you know. I need you, the Prime Minister. I need all you to put a task force in place. Give them the equipment, not like the fella that went to NADMA, you understand, to ask Terence Walters for a generator, to charge the power sack, to go outside there, to help the Carriacou people, and you don't give the man the generator. The guy have to call and see in what way. Somebody from Canada had us to call. I need to be corrected and say, listen, I have a generator and you can go there. I did not use the generator for a year, but take that generator and go out there and see how it could help our people. Listen very carefully. I'm passionate about it. I have my property in Carriacou. I have my property in Carriacou. Yes, part of my roof blown out. But I need you, Deacon Mitchell. Get a team of people. Put them together. And according to Mr. Pierre, listen, Mr. Pierre not too big, you know. Mr. Pierre said, all the PM have to do, get back those good police officers that you kick out. You call them NNP police. NNP police. You kick them out and bring them back inside. And take those young police officers that you have. They're still police officers, but make them form a nice team. Make them form a nice team and go outside there and help those people. All you have money, man. All you have the money. Don't make people take advantage. I rest my case. Later, Master.
Yes, Senior.
See, we sometimes we refer to NDC as if NDC is a good group. You see, that's the challenge.
Like if we expect better.
You expect a lot. So what sometimes you try to advise them what to do. Yes, scholar, welcome. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Mr. Pierre, good morning. I agree on second morning. Mr. Pierre, NMP was doing a wonderful job in managing the affairs of the country. But the last election, a disaster hit Grenada. And that name of the disaster, the National Disaster Congress, that started to destroy the infrastructure, started to destroy the life of people in the country, making people of Grenada, Caribbean, particular life more miserable. And look again, that barrel came on the 4th of July and put a disaster upon a disaster. Grenada is in trouble. Grenada is in trouble. And when you have ministers that knew that the date when a hurricane will be hitting our country, and 5 or 6 of them leave and they go out to a gala, this is wickedness in high places. Ministers are supposed to stay in the country and try to deal with that situation when they arrive, where they leave and they go. They leave and go in gala. So like gala take preference over people life, over the country life. I'm surprised whatever see this government doing, it's not something that just happened. That is the plan. Since they become candidate and to run to govern the country. That is exactly what they portray now. What they're portraying now is to help themselves and the family to fully pocket of the expense of the poor people that are working hard to make our country be a country that it was before the last election. Before the last election, we can look at Mr. I was listening to that man, the Prime Minister from Dominica, what he said. He said he talked about Ram Gonzalez of St. Vincent. He has a lot of experience. He has a lot of friends. He know how to get money to help the people. What Ram Gonzalez, what did the Prime Minister of St. Vincent do? You recognize some of the people that was going out and do voluntary work. He said no, you can't have the people going out and do voluntary work. And some of them home destroy and they have money. He said, okay, let it work, and you put up $125, $150 a day to help clean up. But what the government wanted to do, they get money, they get a lot of money, but they want to keep the money and still asking people to go and volunteer.
All right, brother.
And go and volunteer.
We have to take a break now for the news.
Have a blessed month.
All right.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, boats of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. Challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. The details when we return.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Kira Gonpot. Locally, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Program for Educational Advancement and Relevant Learning, OECS Pearl, hosted a one-day psychosocial session with district education officers as well as teachers and principals from schools supported by the Pearl on July 16th at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. In the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, the Tobago House of Assembly has received $50 million from the government to assist with expenses incurred from the oil spill in February.
Chief Secretary Fall Augustine confirmed that on July 17th, the Tobago House of Assembly received the $50 million allocated at the midterm budget for the oil spill. Chief Secretary Augustine has given the assurance that the THA will work assiduously to ensure payments are made to as many service providers as possible within the shortest possible time frame. During the mid-year review in June, Finance Minister Colm Imbert said the $50 million would go towards the THA's cost for cleanup and remediation, lease and rental infrastructure, maritime support and services consultancy, security, materials and supplies, catering and refurbishment.
Internationally, the European Central Bank kept interest rates unchanged as expected, with its president Christine Lagarde saying a move in September was wide open.
The European Central Bank kept interest rates unchanged as expected on Thursday, and it gave no hints about its next move. The ECB has said domestic price pressures remain high and inflation will be above its target well into next year. ECB President Christine Lagarde.
We are determined to ensure that inflation returns to our 2% medium-term target in a timely manner. We will keep policy rates sufficiently restrictive for as long as necessary to achieve this aim.
The ECB cut rates from record highs last month, but it was a move even some of its policymakers thought was rushed after progress on lowering inflation to 2% stalled. Some analysts believe the bank will likely be more cautious about a follow-up step due to persistently high inflation and issues around wage growth. The ECB came out with a balanced message following Thursday's meeting. It argued corporate profits were absorbing some price pressures, but the bank said risks remained and further evidence was needed before policymakers could cut rates again.
Domestic price pressures are still high, services inflation is elevated, and headline inflation is likely to remain above our target well into next year.
The ECB repeated it will not pre-commit to any particular rate path and incoming data would guide its future decisions. The focus now shifts to the bank's September meeting with scores of economic data due out before then. Markets have priced in almost 2 rate cuts over the rest of the year, while investors also project a little more than 5 moves by the end of next year.
And in sports, to say West Indies were up to the sword might sound like a cliche, but that is exactly what transpired on day 1 of their second test against England at Trent Bridge on Thursday. Much like West Indies batsman had no response to Gus Atkinson's precision in the first test at Lord's, the Caribbean side's bowlers did little to slow England's batting onslaught on this occasion, though it was not for a lack of trying. This as several chances were squandered in the field and England rode their wave of fortune to post a daunting 416 all out. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for Grenada to laugh again. Heritage Theatre presents Spice Laugh Comedy Bash 2024, Saturday, June 22nd and Sunday, 23rd June at the Trade Center in Grandance, and on Sunday, 30th June at the Deluxe Cinema in Grenville. Showtime, 7 p.m. every time, featuring some of Grenada's best ambassadors of comedy: Robert White, Dillion Walters, Kareem Alexis, Dale Bola, and other outstanding comedic performances, all coming to knock you off your seats with laughter. Get your tickets now. Bring out the entire family. Tickets are $60 and available at Mitchell's Pharmacy in Grandance, Gittins Health and Wellness at all outlets, Art and Soul Bookstore, Spiceland Mall, 3B's Shoe Store, downtown St. George's, Calico Supermarket, Grenville and Sutairs, St. David's Pharmacy, and Go to Fet. It's time for Spice Laugh Comedy Bash 2024.
Some exciting news for you. JetBlue is thrilled to announce its new non-stop flight every Saturday from Grenada's Maurice Bishop International Airport to the vibrant city of Boston. Now you can embark on your Boston adventure without any layovers. JetBlue is making it easier than ever to explore this incredible destination. Whether you're visiting family or friends, exploring for the first time, or simply experiencing Boston life, JetBlue has you covered with a convenient non-stop flight, complete with comfortable seating, complimentary snacks, and an array of entertainment options. You'll arrive in Boston feeling relaxed and ready to explore. So now's the time. Visit jetblue.com to book your flight and bring Boston closer to Grenada. Let your adventure begin.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So maybe I repeating go. They like a natural disaster. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging food away and I
Formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility was established in the year 2007. Grenada was actually one of the very first members, the first of 16 Caribbean countries that participated in the program. Grenada is very important in the context of the establishment of CRIF. You would recall that in the year 2004 you had Hurricane Ivan, which devastated a number of countries in the region, but more especially Grenada. And again, you recall that the losses were put at over 200% of gross domestic product. In fact, the total losses for that single hurricane event throughout the region accounted for $6 to $8 billion. And because of the significance or the immensity of the losses, it served as a wake-up call for the governments of the region to come together and enlist the assistance of the World Bank to establish what is then known as the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. But Grenada purchased para-risk insurance for tropical cyclone as well as earthquake. And we introduced...
Yes, Igwe.
Yes, Senior, we attempt to play a clip there with the benefits of
Grenada signing up to CRIF.
Yes, well, and that come from a level of maturity and clear understanding the risk and what your situation is. Government realize that the hurricane will live in a hurricane belt periodically, on and off, or regularly. You will suffer the effects of hurricane. And you must make the necessary preparation at all times. And that is why government took this necessary action. Governments must continue to develop and prepare our people to clearly understand we live in a hurricane belt. Hurricane, we know that there will be some destruction if you have a category 5 or 6 hurricane. Sometimes the category might improve. But if you have a category 3 or 4 hurricane, you shouldn't sustain excessive losses in your housing structure. But also the government makes certain that losses will come about, so they provide insurance. And that is, the government cannot do that quietly. And but that is a significant issue. So this present government, after Hurricane Beryl, is not starting from zero. They're not starting from scratch.
Everything is in place for them.
Unlike Hurricane Ivan, where the entire country suffered significant loss. In this case, 2 parishes affected. And the government and NAGMA ought to be better prepared. What you have is a bunch of juvenile behavior, arrogant and irresponsible attitude. When they should make the preparation, they gone around gallivanting. No individual does that. If you're a homeowner You're a father or a mother. You hear disaster. You don't go down in party wailing and whining. Disaster, you want to be home to provide the necessary instruction to your children and sit down and organize. And it's the same principle. The Prime Minister gone off. 6 ministers gone. They did not do the homework. The disaster took place. They're panicking and they're greedy and they're disrespectful and they're arrogant. And this is unacceptable, particularly in light of the fact that you already have a template for functioning. You could always go back and look at what we did before, what we had, and then you understand that clearly. So it is unfortunate and it's sad, but we must learn from it. There's a lot of lessons to learn. One of the lessons is that we look back at what the previous government did, the mistakes they made, where they had the strong point, and the necessary preparation they made. Every organization in Grenada and individuals' home must come to the reality that hurricane is part of the diet, is part of the stable, is part of the modus operandi. And we must have a behavior pattern that we follow. And we have to hold the government responsible when they drastically deviate from simple steps that they should put in place. And I think this is a challenge that we're facing now. The government is like a fish out of water.
I don't know what to do.
And some of the advice that we're suggesting, they should examine it for what it is worth and take it. I have said before, Ollie, the government is not genuine. And if you want Grenadians to unite, if you want Grenadians to come out and volunteer, you must abandon restorative justice. Because that policy alone, in its application, in its implementation, in its workability on the ground, is basically political vengeance. Now, you can't have that. They have to disband the Department of Mobilization. Now they want to give the idea that mobilization is effective because it's helping. No. Disband it. This thing was designed for political mischief. And they give it to Andy. Because Andy seems to have a palatable face in the public. And he's expendable. Disband that ministry. The government also need to address the language that comes, that emanate, that the ministers use. Because it is divisive and fractious. When you're calling for unity, they know you're not interested in unity. Your government is still going out targeting people that they believe are a spokesperson for the NNP. Whether that is so or not. Once you're criticizing this government now, NNP will like you and people will believe that you're representing NNP. It is not in the government. This is a democracy. And the NNP had set a standard that I admire. When I listen to the criticism that went to Kit Mitchell, Gregory Bowen, Peter David, Emmeline Pierre, Mr. Steele, Oliver Joseph, Miss Modeste, Yolan Bain, all of them, and the manner in which they handle the criticism. The manner in which they handle the level of tolerance that they showed. And no one could have said they reacted in an aggressive, a vengeful method to the worst criticism I, 7-8 years ago, pointed out. That the NDC spokespersons are preaching hate. And I compared it to what's going on in Rwanda. And I say, if we continue like that, we're going to fracture this country. NDC individual, they cost the church. They had the worst thing to say about ministers. Even the female ministers did not escape the barrage of objectionable attack on them. And the NDC hierarchy members tolerated it and smiled. Now, if you listen to almost all the programs on radio that the NDC might consider supporting the NNP, whether it's Jenny Simon or Sheldon or the Royalty or On Target or Master Call, all these individuals challenge you to take them on. And they say they're speaking facts, they're speaking the truth, and they're showing empirical evidence when they speak in a manner that you might consider ill of this man, that they are unchallengeable. It is totally different to the barrage of attacks that went before. But what I admire and set the template is the tolerance level of politicians in the past. And Deacon, you have no choice. You have no choice. We would not stop or discontinue our attacks on you when we are right. You is the chief shepherd. You can't be considering people as classless. That is unacceptable. The language that you all use. It looks as you're prepared to turn your back on the poor man. The language that you use is unacceptable. I remember in the days at Gary when they used to call us stinking Garyites, illiterates and stinking Garyites, cadalas. I was so glad when the secret police bust one of them in. At that stage, I was young, but I'm well glad. Well glad when the secret police bust there. This in 2024. We have most of them are the children of labor, you know. The parents poor like church mice. But they get a university education and they believe they're in an additional social class. And this is why the NDC is perhaps the worst thing for Grenada. Particularly when we have disaster, crisis, because it's a fractious group that greedy and ready to turn on the poor. And I don't take that lightly. I don't take that lightly at all. I have very little sympathy for public officers that are afraid. When you're a senior public officer, commissioner of police, whether he's deputy or the higher rank, permanent secretary, SAS, prison, you're not supposed to be afraid. You're not supposed to be afraid to lose your job. So I don't have no sympathy for you. I believe public officers in a senior position must grow with a plan them. You have tertiary education. If you can't get a job in the country, then you're a waste of time. So don't tell me you is an inspector of police and you're afraid to lose your job. If you're afraid to lose your job, leave the job. If you believe that government is going to prosecute you by reverting you to your substantive post, leave. Nothing is wrong if they revert you to the substantive post. Because they have the legal, it's a technicality, but they have the legal authority to do it. Don't compromise your character for these wayward politicians. You would outlive these politicians. And that is how we could strengthen the public service and strengthen our democracy. Senior public officers, you ought not to be afraid. You commissioner of prison and they want to get you out. Tell them, go ahead. You want to revert me to my prison? Revert me. Because you have recourse. If they violated the law, you could challenge them. So it's a sad thing. I have very little respect and no sympathy for senior public officers who are afraid. If you don't stand up, what you leave for lower rank workers? It is more difficult for a low rank worker to get a job. You're a senior police officer, senior public officer, and you decide this government, I wouldn't stoop to the illegal acts, and they decide to get you out. You could get a job in the country tomorrow. So you ought not to be afraid. This is what caused our country to deteriorate. And the government must understand. That's why you see I advocate more public officers coming on radio.
Mr. Pierre, school child tell me to ask you, okay, so the people that pay out the loan, the CREF people, do we have to pay like it's insurance. Like, say your insurance for your car, you have to pay it every year.
It's an insurance.
You have to pay the premium.
So government will be
paying there is a payment for that.
Yeah. Government will be paying the premium.
Now
it's like you insure your house, you insure your vehicle.
The wisdom in that thing simply this, Gates. You have to understand. The wisdom of the government of the time, the NNP, recognizing what could happen in a disaster, back on that level of insurance. And the coverage, if you see, the same people, the coverage for St. Vincent was 1 point something million. And Grenada was up to 50 something million. Now, because of the type of coverage, like the coverage, the NNP, or the arrangement they got into to ensure that they're receiving all the monies they get now. So, it was a part of good governance. So, because even the Prime Minister, like I keep saying, and I want people to challenge me on that, Mr. Pitt, when Linda Straker, about 1 year ago, asked the Prime Minister about this risk insurance, even he didn't know, Mr. Pitt. He brushed it off. And the disciples under the live at the time try to cuss out Linda and say, what kind of stupid questions she asking? Because they didn't know. Lack of institutional knowledge. But the wisdom in the government then was to take that level of coverage, Mr. P. So now we are beneficiaries to the wise decision by the past administration, and this government came in and was telling the people that NNP did nothing. So I don't know if the ancient of days allow this thing to happen to prove to all and sundry that what the NDC was saying was a whole heap of hogwash. So we must be grateful to Dr. Keith Mitchell and the NNP for being so forward-thinking, being a forward-thinking government. Like just as we hear for truth and justice, as we say, Igwe, even when it don't affect us. So the NNP took this on, even knowing it might not be in government when the benefits will be reaped, Mr. Pierre. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning to everybody.
Morning.
Master Carl, I would like to ask a question regarding the SU road and also I think it's the Library Road, which was done not too long ago. Part of it, some areas has actually started giving up. That I don't think so that make over a year as yet, maybe not as yet. So I don't know based on the arrangement or is there a guarantee? Yeah, there's a number of places has started full, right? And now SU Road, which is, I don't know how to explain that one.
It's a fiasco.
That one is a barrel on its own, okay?
They put hot mix on wet ground.
Yeah, but now, as you speak about insurance and whatnot, right? Who can you hold responsible for that one? Yeah, because you have a number of projects. I mean, yes, we want we would like to see a lot of the projects go towards our local fund. But here we have on our hands
DJ Greasehan.
lack of, well, not just the quality of the material and also the experience. No, that do matters. I'm not saying our local people do not have experience. Yeah, when they used to work on the CCC and others, but you know, it comes for question now. If you have to do this, the whole
let me explain something to you. Now, the heads of government conference should have been held, I think, on the 3rd or something of July. So they try to hasten that road leading to the heads of government conference, because we all know the condition of that road, how it was.
Yeah.
So they didn't try to make haste slowly. But if you do have a proper foundation for a road, you know what happens.
Well,
and we ought to have known that. But DJ Greasehan and them didn't care about that. They just taking out picture. He had many lives with work continue, but they didn't tell us poor workmanship was being done. So DJ Greasehan should tell the nation what's going on.
That is completely unexperienced. Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say to you is a lot of unexperience which is lacking there. Although it was on a hustle, a work could be hustle, but with a proper and professional people
that's it,
hired. But what we see here now is clearly misuse of taxpayers' money in many instances, and we may have other projects of that way that may be coming on the stream, hopefully sometime sooner or later, but I hope it doesn't go wrong like this. And then still the other road that is going up, I think that work has been held up from Spring Woodland Junction going up to Calivini area there. We don't know what's going on there. So we need some explanation what is going on, you know. And I mean, we cannot expect to waste taxpayers' money in this form, you know. It is very, very sad to see this is happening. Yeah. Have a blessed morning.
Okay. So get you ready for me?
Yes, sir.
Formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility was established in the year 2007. Grenada was actually one of the very first members, the first of 16 Caribbean countries that participated in the program. Grenada is very important in the context of the establishment of CRIF. You would recall that in the year 2004, you had Hurricane Ivan, which devastated a number of countries in the region, but more especially Grenada. And again, you recall that the losses were put at over 200% of gross domestic product. In fact, the total losses for that single hurricane event throughout the region accounted for $6 to $8 billion. And because of the significance or the immensity of the losses, it served as a wake-up call for the governments of the region to come together and enlist the assistance of the World Bank to establish what is then known as the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. Grenada purchased para-risk insurance for tropical cyclone as well as earthquake. And we introduced in 2014 a product for excess rainfall. Again, the government of Grenada purchased this. And then in the year 2019, CRIF, again working collaboratively with the World Bank, introduced a parametric insurance product for the fishery sector that we call Coast. The government did purchase this. And subsequently, we introduced a product for transmission and distribution. So while, of course, that was not government, we were able to sell that parametric insurance product for the electric utility, which is Grenlec. And of course, the most recent product to have been introduced is the one for the water utilities. And again, that's the reason why we're able to make the payout to the water utilities of Grenada. So in total, the government has 4 policies with CRIF. So the one for tropical cyclone, excess rainfall, earthquake, and coast, the one for the fishery sector. And as I said, we do have those sector-specific products for electric utilities as well as water utilities. Grenlec joined the the program in last year, in 2023. And because of their participation and certainly the impact of Tropical Cyclone Beryl on Grand Lake, particularly the transmission and distribution, Grand Lake was able to benefit from a payout of $9.3 million US, and I should say that this is actually the very first payout to any electric utilities in the region. In the case of NAWASA, which is your water utility, was able to join officially on the 1st of June of this year, and in a matter of a few weeks was able to receive the very first payout of $2.2 million, by the way, which really accounts for a full payout based on the coverage that it actually purchased.
Now, I asked this clip to play, Mr. Pierre, simply for the purpose and wisdom and knowledge of the NNP at the time. The government took that decision, and now we're reaping the benefits. So how does that register, Mr. Pierre, with the notion that the NDC keep banding about for 23 years, nothing has been done? What's your take, Sin?
I told you, the greatest act of dishonesty I've seen come from any political leader in Grenada from 1967 came from Deacon Mitchell. He said nothing has been achieved in Grenada since 1983. That have to be one of the greatest acts of dishonesty that came from any politician since 1967. So I don't have much respect for the statements that he make. I don't even waste time bothering with the breaking news. Because this individual have told lies without compunction. And if you look at the amount of lies Deacon tell in under 2 years, it is much more impactful than all the lies told by all politicians since 1967. This individual is a fake. And the level of dishonesty, if it goes unchecked, it will cause serious corruption in this country. This man has lied on almost to the elderly, to the children, to the Imani, to his own members. I am absolutely certain that some of Deacon Mitchell members truly believe that it was transformation he was implementing. I look at the conviction when they speak, and they believe that it was transformation. Deacon said it is we campaign on a policy of transformation, but it is not so much transformation. It is more restorative justice. I look at the face of the Minister of Finance, Foreign Affairs. When he was talking about the Samoa Agreement, I think he spoke from the heart. He evoked revolutionary fervor. And Deacon just stand up and lie. And then Deacon practically domesticate him for public ridicule. When during the independence period, when they changed the agenda, and the poor individual had to choke and almost cry on stage. So this is the individual he's dealing with. This is the individual he's dealing with. He skipped the country to go and watch cricket or to have a meeting which he could have done easily on Zoom in a pending disaster. And the individual is so arrogant and disrespectful that you don't have to comment. That is who we're dealing with. I hope and pray that the other Caribbean islands did not make the mistake Grenada make by selecting this group of vultures. It's the only how I could see them as vultures. And what is even worse, some of the top NDC political activists. They embarrass, they shame, but not bold enough to disassociate themselves from this kind of destructive behavior by our leader. And we should be able to do that because we saw the effect of Maurice Bishop. Over 3,000 Grenadians languish in prison without charge, trial, or opportunity to defend themselves. We had the castration of people, target practice on Mikey Foot, and the manner in which they treat the Rastafarian. That should burn Grenadians in the heart. Some people still want to justify Bila Airport. St. Vincent Bila Airport, they don't jail one person. Barbados and St. Lucia Airport, nobody go in jail for that. Over 3,000 Grenadians and a similar number to run to Trinidad, and Grenadians saying, well, he do good thing in Bila Airport. He supervised over the worst crimes after slavery and colonialism.
Well, the former judge warned us about this guy early. A former judge, so we know. Mr. Pell, we heard in the news in recent times that the director of GIS, but some say he overheard a conversation, he was eavesdropping. And a sort of pronouncement was made telling people about job in some Cayman Islands, I think. Cayman? With the premier and so on. And then they had to come and retract the statement. You hear in state visit, non-state visit, and all kind of thing. That is a level of incompetence, Mr. Pierre. So we've seen work for the boys. But my question is, and I have a question for the director of GIS, DJ
Eggman.
Yeah.
DJ Eggman.
What was the purpose of you not being employed with Air Jamaica? What responsibility did you accept? Was it a responsibility of $250,000? Are you still interested in being a senator? But a big question I have is to the crime chief of the Royal Grenada Police Force, ASP Vanny Cohen acting. Mr. Cohen, have you ever prosecuted anyone for the offense of stealing by reason of employment with $250,000 from Air Jamaica? Furthermore, is this accused man being recently appointed to a senior position in charge of a government agencies? Mr. Varney, the next question is, what was the outcome of that matter? Because you see, in the quest to fulfill campaign promises seniors, the quality or the competence, and I use the word competence because the commissioner of police in a press conference alluded to the fact that when a question was posed to him, it was above his pay grade and competence. So competence becomes an issue. So when we put in persons in certain position, yes, work for the boys. If this duly qualified, Mr. Pierre, have no qualms. But when they're not duly qualified, and the character is of such, the integrity, because you see, the National Democratic Congress, they award what became theirs by adoption, integrity. It's so sad that all that has gone out the door, Mr. Pierre. And it leaves so much questions. And as the Prime Minister said earlier on the early clip, Igwe, he speak to something, they play that clip for me.
If we do not recruit our young people and get them active in politics, you will end up with reluctant politicians or politicians by default. And when they become politicians by default, usually the only thing they're interested is in themselves, their friends, and their family.
Okay. And that man is a friend. Yeah, let's take the call.
Morning.
Morning, Igwe. Morning, Massacre. Morning,
Iago.
I want to get something straightened up. So if right now my family want to send a barrel from America, from England, do that barrel have to go to Nagma?
Senior, you have any information on that? You say free barrel.
Yeah, but this free barrel thing is not only for companies and thing?
I don't follow.
It's for everybody.
I don't know.
We need to find out.
Somebody go call and tell us.
Somebody go call and tell us.
Or message us.
We don't know.
Okay, watch. Next thing again. So kayak people come and shop and grade and go for this stuff. Not you Nagma.
Why so much things happening and the goalpost changing every time?
The goalpost changing
I don't
so
know.
much.
We have been speaking and getting them to change the goalposts. It's a bunch of inexperienced, greedy individuals. And you must know, you don't know if your grandmother tell you that. When you want to see individuals, you have to have free food. Because they want to, they're greedy. So the goalposts keep changing.
Master Khan.
Hey.
So many people in England and America want you to send somebody, but I tell them hold it still, let me investigate the matter before
No man, I think if you local barrel, that should not have nothing to do with that, man. Because you see you have free barrel 2 for household.
2 for household?
Yeah, okay. So that shouldn't affect that, man.
So box barrel,
and
crate.
free barrel, right?
Alright.
And you're going to collect it free, right?
Well, free, I don't know, okay, in terms of...
Well, you have to pay for your paperwork and thing, and then I think when you go to the port, there is
when
no
the
tax on it.
NDC say free education, and one among the fees in school, so you don't know exactly.
So until you don't go, you won't know.
They tell so much
Somebody
lies.
have to go. Somebody have to go and then tell us.
But knowing them, don't take it for granted.
Hold your money to clear your barrel.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, yes. I see a thing there about free barrel too, but I'm not sure on it. So
Yeah, the best thing is to leave what we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
When we don't know something, is to leave it alone. Yeah. We have a lot of political activists, both on the NDC side and on the NNP side. And I want to encourage political activists, get information.
Yeah.
The reason why a lot of NDC quiet like lamb, they could only fire low blow and shot in the night because they don't have information.
They rush that through below.
And a number of NNP who want to be political activists. There are some people that support a party you don't even know. But if you want to argue party, you must get information. You hear a number of things about the 1958 law. Get a copy.
Yeah.
You hear that they raid the bank. You hear us speak with conviction. We asking for the bank members to resign. We don't get their names yet. Research, get their names and call us and tell us.
The GDP board.
The GDP board, we want them resign. These individuals compromise their integrity. They gave loans to members of government and they take for themselves. Unacceptable. We want people to get information. The time has come in Grenada, we're going to propagate the truth. And it seems we have a number of individuals, Jenny Simon, the royalty, Sheldon Scott, on radio, daring you to take them on. So our callers and individuals who want to argue politics must get information. We have some of us are politicians. We may not be openly flaunting a political party, but if you meet Kennedy Boudlal, Michael Baptiste, I and some individuals, anytime you see us, is politics. So we must be informed. On the radio station, we always give information, test it out, verify it, and seek information from NDC members. What On Target and Master Carl is saying on the radio about you all raiding the bank, is it true? Is it a fact that you all are agents for the CBI program?
Is it true that board of directors get loans from GDP?
Is it true that the board of directors take loan for themselves? Is it true?
Senior, let me read that. Fiscal incentive in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Government will implement a waiver of all taxes and duties on all relief supplies imported for personal use. I find this thing going down a rabbit hole.
What do you mean by relief supply?
What do you mean by that? What is relief supply?
If I bring in a computer, is it relief supply?
So,
or is it macaroni and canned beef and
they say food stuff, clothing, household items.
Well, household item is not
limited
a computer.
to 2 barrel boxes, crates for family.
Household,
so how does relief items? So if it's not relief items,
well, first of all, what is relief?
What is relief
is
items?
A computer relief item. If they see a computer come from on target,
a solar panel,
is it relief idea?
A battery. That name is relief.
Ralph Gonzalez was very clear and specific, you know.
Yeah.
It's a good time for the government to drop all VAT for 1 year. They promised that.
Yes. Now is the time.
Now is the time. You say as soon as, well, as soon as past 2 years, immediately drop VAT on for 1 year. Immediately remove VAT on screws and screw guns and air guns. Because I understand from a builder. I have a very versatile builder. One day he's technician, next day he's builder. He say 1 screw is stronger than 10 nails. Don't use nails on your home anymore.
No.
Use screws.
Yes, sir.
So it means the government, 1 screw is almost $1.
Yeah.
So it means we must drop the price of screws.
And guns.
And screw guns. Because for you to have a screw, you must have a gun. You're supposed to know that. Anytime you want to screw, you have to have a gun. Otherwise, Jumbie take you. You can't put the screw.
So they say food stuff, clothing, and what would be deemed household items?
The government, the NDC lying so much.
What is household
items? They
items?
have to explain. The best thing for them is to implement what they promise. Suspend VAT and taxes for 1 year. Because next thing they see a computer for on target, they say no.
No.
On target was running him out, you don't lose nothing.
Computer.
Tax.
Computer. Computer. If I'm to go online, he upgrading on us. What we charge him?
On target trying to upgrade.
Yeah, he trying to upgrade.
Yeah. So you got to be careful. Because this government is a mischief government. So we have to be very careful. But I'm coming back. People who want to call radio, you see how we dare you to take us on. Try to be informed.
They come so we could have a good discussion.
It is a good thing to find out the rules and regulation of the GDB Bank. We are saying the rules was grossly violated. Get a copy of it. Ask your children to look online. Little children, bright in looking for things. The standards. So when you speak with authority.
Yeah.
That is one of the negatives, the failures of the NNP. I met a number of NNP political activists. I always interfere with them.
A school child ask if condom is a household item.
Well, we drop tax on that long. Right. Yes, condom is household item. But you can't use it to screw roof.
Screw roof.
You can't use it when you're screwing roof. You have to get a screw gun. So you want concession on screw guns for roof.
Yeah. Impact tag.
Yeah. What do you call it? Impact tag?
Yeah, that's the impact.
Somebody saying here household items includes TV, fridge, etc. Some of the computer might sneak in.
Is it for everybody? Or is it
relief items?
Well, they say a school child just texts me August 1st to December 30th. You pay nothing on the put.
But look at what the government say.
August 1st to December.
To December 31st.
You pay nothing on the put. What that mean?
What, nothing on what?
Nothing on the put don't mean you don't have to pay. You have to be very careful. Is the government going to remove VAT for 1 year as they promised?
I take the call.
And it's good time you are
Bigger.
approaching election, try that.
He gone?
It might work.
Nah,
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, something that really bothering me when I listen, something come from Solly West in Carriacou. In this rough time now, where all young people are traumatized, you pick up all the debris and put in the playing field. What sense that make?
Like lunatics.
All the young people.
No, they when a government popular.
Like lunatics.
When all young people make quite traumatized. The playing field where they could go and get themselves back.
Therapy.
You don't bother them in the tree playing field? Oh, come on, man. Come on. Thank you.
Well, Color, every time you believe NDC can get worse, they do something. The playing field children should be encouraged to go to the playing field now. Sometimes you have to use the playing field for school. So now is the time you have to make certain the playing fields are free, because the children themselves are traumatized, and encourage them. Whether you bring coaches there to do physical exercise, gymnastic, skipping, mass games, drama, drumming, to keep your kids occupied. Remember, an idle hand is the devil's workshop.
So they say.
Stop going to church so you all don't know that. An idle hand is the devil's workshop.
And they say the devil was find work for all those who are idle.
You could have increase in sexual crimes. When you have all these children locked up, remember hormones jumping up in their body. Yes, we take that break at that point. Good time to break.
Yeah.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. The details when I return.
GRENDEC, Community Partnership Initiative.
Leicester is the main fishing village in Carriacou, and we have lost a big part of the reef system around Carriacou over the years. The GRENDEC funding will target relocating by rock structures, and a lot of the reefs that we have lost we can replace. So I think we're really grateful and thankful to GRENDEC for coming through with that funding for us.
GRENDEC, energizing our community.
Hello and welcome back locally. The Board of Directors of Spicemas Corporation has unanimously decided to shift the focus of Spicemas 2024 towards supporting relief efforts following the devastating impacts of Hurricane Beryl. In the region, in the wake of an increase in the country's mosquito population post-Hurricane Beryl, the Ministry of Health in Jamaica will be engaging additional vector control workers in an effort to eradicate mosquito breeding sites. Speaking at a press conference, Portfolio Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton noted that the engagement of the workers is among several initiatives that were presented in a planned cabinet. He said the additional vector control workers will be strategically placed across the country.
So we intend to engage an additional 400 vector control workers to bring the current number of temporary workers to 1,000. They will be assigned to high-risk communities to identify and treat breeding sites. In addition, they will assist with the fogging activity, so the larvicidal activity that takes place.
On the international scene, Donald Trump accepts Republican nomination for president.
4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Let's not forget we have the latest in sports. Ferrari's Carlos Sainz led Red Bull's Max Verstappen in first practice at the Hungarian Grand Prix. This ends the latest news update as produced by the Northern News Network. I am your presenter, Maxine Entwine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sizzle.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sizzle.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sizzle. Sizzons. Express your style with Color by Sizzons.
In Grenada, we supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings, and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and new, spacious, convenient, and modern facilities on Seton Brown Street in Grenville and Grand Anse. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the Credit Union of Grenville, your financial security is guaranteed.
Did you know that water-efficient devices that are 20% more water efficient perform as well or better than standard models? When buying a new washing machine or replacing a shower head or toilet tank, buy one which uses less water. Ask your retailer or look for the water efficiency labels such as Water Sense.
A message from the Climate Resilient Water Sector in Grenada G-Cruise project, reminding you to practice good water conservation habits.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, ear to ear. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, go now. And I did one week. From the side to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. Corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of the children.
Eagle. Stay with me, man.
I'm right here. Igwe, we need to unpack something about this housing situation in Carriacou.
I'll get to it.
Because every one of those persons speaking something different, Mr. Pierre. Well, we know they does lie. And we know they like to misinform the public when they get a chance. But we go play some of the own words, Mr. P. You have a clip there where the Prime Minister said it was criminal not to give out the house and them equal.
Temporary housing while they can catch themselves. It is criminal to have a woman.
You done play?
Well, you say criminal, so I give you after criminal.
That the whole clip?
No.
Give me the clip, man.
Temporary housing while they can catch themselves. It is criminal to have a woman with children in those conditions, and you have the current housing scheme provided by the people of China still locked up, still closed up, an entire year after it was handed over to you by the Chinese government. So you prefer your people to remain homeless and to be on the street than to give them housing that was not provided by you, that was not built by you, but that is part of a grant from the Chinese government, yet you have security guarding the complex. The complex is empty. And our citizens can't even drive down to examine the quality of the housing. Under the National Democratic Congress government.
Yes, Igwe.
You see, the Prime Minister, Mr. Pierre, talked so much during the campaign because all the things that was a lie. So the cows finally come home. I know the old people are saying, Mr. Pierre? The hens come to roo.
The hens come home.
So he make all kind of song and dance out the Chinese housing. He said it was criminal. A hurricane come, you don't want people to go inside the house. He said people guarding it, and we have one clip with the PS in Carriacou with the hatchet man. Say the police go to the surgery place and they leave police there to guard it. But listen, the storm come, and I send a clip for the plate, let people hear what he say.
I have already instructed the Housing Authority to make available to the citizens of Carriacou and Petit Martinique the Chinese-built affordable homes so that if necessary, anyone who is without a roof over the head can have immediate access to the site for temporary housing.
He lying as well. Lying. Every time this man lie without compunction, you know. No feeling of remorse.
It's a glorious gate.
Yeah. Alright.
I just want to play all what they say.
Got ahead.
Okay, I think the question was for Carriacou and Petit Martinique in the wake of burial.
We have utilized some of the houses there for persons who have been displaced. We have utilized some of the houses there for persons who have been displaced.
You see, the Prime Minister is a lawyer. He used criminal. This sister, these are educated people, you know. So this is not Tevin Anjo.
Line up that. Go on, Mr. Pierre.
This is not Tevin Anjo. This sister is well educated. So it's not Tevin never see
unrespected, I might add.
Never see comes here just running him out. So when they say something, what they say have weight.
Let me hear the star boy now.
But we have one here so we could. Guys, we in Carriacou right now. We by the Carriacou Housing Project. I'm here with Minister Economic Development, Donald Andrews. Here with Minister Tevin Andrews, Minister for Carriacou and Petit Martinique. PS Javon Charles.
William.
Ah, just testing him. but you're on the ball.
Say justice.
Right? Also, we're here with Housing Authority of Grenada. And we came to really look at the Dumfries Housing Project. And you know, sometimes you listen to people and you hear that people saying that everything is all well and good. And so it's good to come and see for yourself and to really, you know, get a true picture as to what the situation is on the ground.
Mr. Pierre,
you see
the Prime Minister say he make things go in the house for displaced people. Sister Gloria, as you was just saying.
They in the house
Say
already.
yes, they in the house already. But the star boy say by the house already.
You said the house
You got
not
nobody in the house on him.
You said the house not suitable.
But the strange thing about it, the way they like Peter, they don't show the unsuitability.
They telling lies. I always tell people.
So they say
the NDC does plan lie. The lies are not spontaneous. They tend to plan those lies. And it does backfire. 'Cause every time you hold one and you watch him in the eye, you see trouble to lie for you. Yes.
So who do we believe? Do we believe the Prime Minister?
None of the above.
None of the above, man.
Do we believe Sister Gloria?
None of the. All three of them lie.
I don't know what to believe.
The Prime Minister blatantly tell lies without compunction. No regret, no remorse. That's why I say this man is a fake. The Andy, you see how much he wanted the listening public to put emphasis on the entourage rather than the house. Even when he called the guy name wrong, he say he just called it for him to
Just testing him.
he just testing, paying attention. They tell lies at every junction. And how could you trust a group of people like that? From captain to cook.
Too good.
They sit down and plan lies.
Igwe. Mix me down, operator, mix me down.
I'm mixing you. He's a DJ too.
Not DJ Greasan, no.
Not DJ Greasan. Let me give.
Folks, it's just to be clear.
Yeah, the hatchet man, sir.
The second day after the hurricane, I got a call stating that person was breaking into the building. So I immediately contacted the police to investigate the matter. So the police vehicle behind myself and a driver came to look at the situation. One of the policemen in the vehicle had an SSU guy. He had his gun with him. We came to the area, we saw the broken door with a lot of bags and so on inside the room. There were no one present. We looked around the building, we couldn't see anyone. Upstairs, there was another entrance with bags stored upstairs. The police decided leaving 2 persons to secure the area, and we left. So this thing about 10 men full of guns and so on, that is totally false. Persons was breaking and enter, damaging government property, and that is what we came to investigate. And that is just what the matter was.
So, Mr. Pierre, so
next story
the
again.
Prime Minister say the place is available. Gloria say people using it. And they say damage.
They lie.
The hatchet man admitting that he had police there, you know. But here the trick, you know, Mr. Pierre. Let me get to the crux of the matter. The instructions, information suggest that they wanted to give to the police. The police decide, nah, we ain't taking that kind of instruction. And there they start to use obscenity on the police.
Cussing the police.
But here we have a piece here from somebody, you know, and I must read it. They say to the Commissioner of Police, Commissioner failed on the issue. Commissioner Don Mackenzie responds to Minister Tevin Andrews' use of obscenities towards a senior police officer in his presence has sparked a debate among the public. Some believe the Commissioner of Police, that is the same one what was in the convention in McDonald College in civilian clothing, he and Vanny Cohen.
Okay.
That is the same one, Don Mackenzie. Some believe the Commissioner Mackenzie should have taken a stronger stance by making a public example of Minister Andrew in Carriacou. This would have sent a message to the rank and file that the Commissioner has their back. In a society governed by laws and norms of respect and civility, it is critical for public officials to uphold these values in their interaction with the public. Minister Tevin Andrews' use of obscenities towards a senior police officer in the presence of Commissioner Don Mackenzie, the same one what was in the convention in McDonald College in civilian clothing, was not only disrespectful but also set a poor example to the community at large. As a public figure, Minister Andrew should be held to a higher standard of conduct, especially when interacting with the law enforcement officials who work tirelessly to maintain law and order in the community. By using obscenities, Minister Andrew not only undermined the authority of the senior police officer, but also failed to demonstrate the level of professionalism in respect expected from individual in his position. Commissioner Don Mackenzie, as a chief law enforcement official in Grenada, had the opportunity to address this issue publicly and send a clear message that such behavior would not be tolerated, but by making a public example of Minister Andrew. Commissioner Mackenzie could have demonstrated that respect for authority and proper conduct are non-negotiable values of society. While some may argue that publicly reprimanding minister could have been an overreaction, it is important to consider the message that such action sent to the community by holding public officials to their own actions. Commissioner Mackenzie could have reaffirmed the commitment of holding the rule of law and promoting a culture of respect and civility in the country. Commissioner Don Mackenzie's decision not to make a public reprimand Mr. Tevin Andrew was missed opportunity to send a strong message about the importance of respect and professionalism. Public officials must be held accountable for their actions, especially when they involve disrespect towards law enforcement officers. Moving forward, it is critical for all individuals in position of authority to lead by example and demonstrate the values of respect and civility in their actions with others. If not, civilians will take that as a cue to continue to disrespect the police. Senior.
I think the best thing the government could do, Deacon should go in parliament and decriminalize obscenities unless it become to the annoyance of 4 persons. That's the best thing for Deacon, because Deacon himself has encouraged people to use obscenities. He went in St. Lucia, he said, pardon me in French.
Yeah, of course.
So Deacon is, I tell you, this group of people is a disrespectful bunch. So lower you go is more glaringly they're going to show it. So that's why some people say let them starve, because of the statements, the utterances, the expressions, the fractious, divisive utterances of the ministers. The police have to understand that politicians cannot give rank and file police instruction. It have to come from the chain of command. But we let the Prime Minister get away when he said there was no succession planning. And I hear a number of individuals referring to that and regurgitating that. The mere structure of the police tells you it is a succession planning because of the order and the chain of command. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah.
Mr. Pierre, Master Kala, come back in the fair of things again. Come back in the pit of fair. No.
Here is a nice, calm area. You know, fire. Here is where we speak the truth and facts. You know, fire.
So Master, let me tell you all this one. So apparently, I break away to go and listen to another program.
Oh God. So you're dread, you know.
I call, yeah. But that how others do, because no, you see, we need to know what's at play here, right? And the best way to know the enemy is to get close to them. Right. Mr. Pierre, I listened to that program a while ago, and a caller called, and that caller, right, calls all other programs. He does be below all other lives, right? But he dare not call this program, but he's referencing the guys up north. And he is basically saying, I'm telling you what he's saying. He's saying that these guys are saying things that is not true, not factual, and people need to get the facts right, and where they getting facts.
And nobody else was
called
here.
After that. I call after that program, and I say, well, here's what Everybody has a right to their opinion, right to free speech. And if that particular call have an issue with what the people are saying that is not factual, you call and correct them. And if they are making slanderous statement, sue the station or sue the guys. Up to this very day, that cannot happen. Now, after I made that call, another guy, well, the Jude Bonner go call. And it's not freedom of speech and enough facts and opinion, all this kind of nonsense, all the kind of sympathizing. So I knew where they're from. But that gentleman I called before making that statement, he called a program in Karakou and making certain statements that was not true, and he continued to make it. Nobody tell him nothing because there's no pushback. The gentleman in Marigua on Facebook and on YouTube make all kind of statements. Mr. Pierre, you was witness to one when the gentleman said what? There was fighting in the school in Progress Park, and you said there was nothing so going on. People call you directly and there was nothing so going on. So when people spreading lies, to defend lies, it is dangerous. Let me tell you what is lies. In the earlys, the first year of Deacon Mitchell administration, there was the Honorable Ron Reddit, was minister at the time, right? He was soliciting work in his personal party office, in the office. When Honorable Deacon Mitchell was asked in the press conference, and NECI is listening up, that is fact, it is there. When Deacon was asked about that, he said he doesn't know nothing about it, and the Facebook page was up. The young lady pointed out to Deacon Mitchell. He says he don't know nothing about that, and anybody can make a Facebook page. Secondly, the same gentleman in Marigram was saying that NMP ministers was taking gas in the police station. 2,000 who filling up tanks who going with 2 cars, 3 cars. When Honorable Deacon Mitchell became Prime Minister, NEC has listened. Kalisha Faria bring that to Deacon Mitchell. That's when he wanted to give the ministers the $2,000 traveling allowance. They didn't call the increase. She told Deacon Mitchell that she independently investigated that matter, and that was not the case. Deacon shrugged his hands. NEC, you all listening? This is not we that saying this thing. So sue us. Tell us what we like. Show us what we like. You understand? Deacon Mitchell said he hasn't seen anything of any importance since 1983 or 79.
Like that.
Deacon Mitchell, you know, I mean, come on. All these little things. Tell me, NDCites, if a security detail, but he wasn't on detail at the time with Deacon Mitchell, wasn't he on a cruise, came back intoxicated and he was beaten up on his firearm was taken from him? Tell me if that didn't happen. It's like we're living in a dream world. Tell me the PM was not in an accident in Springs going to Parliament in the morning, which I witnessed with my eyes personally. I was there. And people don't believe this thing because no.
Ask them what the state guys know. Ask them what the state guys.
You understand? And these are the little things that they're online and they want to cost Dr. Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell would not have been the Prime Minister, right? And what is happening now is nothing new when you have a disaster. I remember, you know, with Ken Ivan, after Ivan, the same thing that the NDC is accused of right now. I'm not saying that Deacon Mitchell knows everything. There are people that was doing that in Ivan time also. So why when now we are saying this is happening now, you all have a problem with it? The difference then to know is that social media was not existing as now. Facebook and WhatsApp wasn't existing as now. So the exposure of these things that was happening then was people on the ground with their personal experience could have talked about it and seen it firsthand. But right now you are seeing it on video, you are hearing it, but yet still when you talk about it, don't call the station, don't go and press like and be lying. Right? So somebody missing the generator that is sending the Karakou to that man, we lie. You understand? I mean, come on.
But call us. Wait. Why didn't know they saying do press likes?
They saying that?
They're telling people don't press no like, don't go and view, don't call. That's how much they want to restrict the freedom of speech. Now, freedom of speech is not freedom of expression in all rights in it. Because with anything that you say, there's consequences. But the gentleman I talking about, I ain't calling no name, is what that gentleman didn't say about that. We were called clowns. Let's not forget it. We were called clowns for celebrating our independence, for wearing red, yellow, and green. Or red, gold, and green.
Sometimes.
And people supporting this nonsense.
All right,
I mean, come on. This is a non right now. I mean, all you need to stop. And if anything.
You must stick with the fundamental issues. You see, it's a nice distraction to try to intimidate people who are on radio. And if you find a radio personality doing a program and he could be easily intimidated, it's a waste of time. I encourage people to listen to all programs. And I also encourage people to challenge me and test what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And I'm taking
I always say to listen to all programs, because that is when you get a fair understanding of what is taking place. But the mere fact that they're trying to restrict, and you have people going around saying that this news is not incorrect, and they're retracting it. The notes are retracting.
Yeah.
First time in my life I ever hear GIS had to retract a statement or a publication put it. First time in my life.
Yeah, you go hear it much more.
Good morning.
Yeah. You have a next one I said sorry is not true to you.
Gone.
Yeah. You see, people have to understand, if you have a program and you don't want other people to look at other programs, it means that you don't want to inform people. I have met an individual that was so much against me. He said, "You're attacking Deaton." I said, "Do you listen to my program?" He said, "I wouldn't listen to your program." So I say, "You're going and listen to other people who listen to my program, interpret for you."
But Igwe, so Tevin Andrew calls the police commissioners right there, he don't do nothing. But meanwhile, when a youth from Carrick was trying to bring up food, 3 days after the hurricane, the police lock him up. For obscene language.
A dog lock is not cat lock.
Insulting language and disorderly behavior.
Yeah, the police use the discretion. The police let what Tevin go. Let it go because it appears that the NDC ministers
You're on
set a trend.
$7,000 bail eagle.
And that is where
You understand? Don Mackenzie. We know it was going convention. But don't be so open, man.
Right? That is the challenge we're going to have. Because I constantly tell people, when the government declared a restorative justice, when they set up a department
for mischief,
for political mischief, these are the things that are going to happen. When the teachers' union head advocating publicly to fire people who he perceive to be NNP, that is what's going to happen. You're going to find these things happening. And sometimes we forget the big policy, the policy position, and we're going after the incidents. But there will be much more like that.
But Mr. Pierre, these people, or who Antonito just reference, is co-signing and agreeing to what we're saying. Because if they're saying what we think is lies, them we playing. Who clips it up play, not ours?
No.
So if they say they're lying, so that means Deacon lie, Gloria lie, Tevin lie, Javan lie.
Javan is the hatchet man. He's one of the rogue. This is the rogue PS, you know. A permanent secretary, one of the roles is like an insulator between the politician and the worker, you know.
Senior, you're a bright fella. Let me ask you.
Well, that is
where did the word draconian come from?
I think it was way back in Greek. One of the big societies, I can't remember Greek, where they decided to pass law, and the name was draconian.
And why draconian?
Because the laws were very steep and rough, and over the years, people say you don't need these draconian laws, so you use it as an example. So when Deacon tried to implement these laws here, Deacon had a lot of ulterior motives.
Apart from the laws, Mr. Pierre, the treatment of the people in Carrico, could the word draconian be associated?
Of course. You see, but I'm not surprised at this behavior, because you just have to, Deacon is a fake. We selected a fake. Because Deacon is a lawyer, and we have so much respect for lawyers, and Deacon was sold as a politician with deep pockets and contacts. So people say the majority of lawyers supporting him, and they respect lawyers. But Deacon is a fake. And every time he opens his mouth, he tells lies without compunction. No feeling, no sense of remorse, no sense of guilt. And he tells lies to everybody. Children, old people, disadvantaged. In the United Nations, you see the yes, scholar, welcome. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen. The WhatsApp
How you guys doing?
Great, man. Good, man.
Yes, sir. Just a while ago, on my way up, I tuned to the station. I realized y'all are on.
Yeah.
For the first time I hear you since then, you know.
We on
How
up.
things, guys? I only hear so far for about 10 minutes, but up to a point two, I wasn't even hearing good. But as I reach here right now,
you're listening on
it's broken up.
91.5. That's why. So it's not as powerful as 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, good to hear you all once again.
All right.
And your partner, one of your partner called just a while ago and debunked something that was said on another program earlier this morning. I also called on that program and debunked the whole issue too. But more than anything else, I was emphasizing is that whole aspect of freedom of speech and how you utilize it. You have people in this country who are so hypocritical that when the shoe is on the other foot, it's like they don't know it's squeezing. Or they know everything, but they know everything that happened when the shoe was on some other foot. You hear people, or some of the narrow-minded, biased people in this country, they could go back to 23 years, 40 years, when Kit Mitchell started politics, how much years he ruled for, and all the wrongs and all the whatever he did and didn't do. You never hear them say and utter a word against the revolution. You never hear them utter and say a word against the 2008 to 2013 hurricane that devastated this country. That Kit Mitchell had to come and rebuild after 2013. You never hear them say a word against it. Watch me. I try my best to be unbiased ever since a little boy. I hate to join groups. I hate to join the crowd. I've never been a person who like to join the crowd. It doesn't mean I've never joined crowd. But because of my objectivity, I sit by and do the analysis on my own. This is why you would hear me say, for example, continuously, that whilst I was a part of the NJM, I used to say that when we get into power, we'll be no different from Gary and the Gary rights. The NJM came in power. What happened? The atrocity that was committed by Bishop and the revolution was worse than Gary. Period. I have no apology in making to anybody in saying that. I have no apology to making that. What I'm saying is that because of my unbiasedness, I sit and objectively look at things. And watch me, I despise people who have that kind of attitude. And there's one particular guy who we call himself Friends of the Earth. And I always say that he's no Friends of the Earth because I was part of that group. He and I become no friends again because of his stupid mentality and attitude. And I could go on for the whole day saying what it is because he and I used to be on phone for hours sometimes. And when I listen to him carefully, I said, not me again. But these are the kind of people whose voices you hear most in this country nowadays. And that's part of the problem. And they could bring up everything in their mind. And it's an opinion most of the time, you know. Not to say you could say anything wrong about it, it's just that they don't like it. Or they thought it could have been done different. And there's a big difference between that and something being wrong. So that when your objectivity and biasness show to the front, you have to give Kit Mitchell credit 10 times more than any politician this country has ever seen. As much as I like Bishop, I always say, people doesn't hear me say it as much. I love Papa Blaze more than I love Kit Mitchell and Maurice Bishop. You know. I love Papa Blaze most of all. But if I have to give credit, anyhow you look at it, Kit Mitchell gets 1,000,000% more credit than any one of them. Bishop was evil. I like him, and he did a good few things, but the guy was evil. Say it as it is. They're afraid to say it. But everything they could find wrong about what Kit Mitchell did. Even to the extent, I heard St. Jude this morning. What is amazing? When Michael Battis was Kit Mitchell's biggest critic in this country for a long time, Michael Battis is giving kudos and credit to Kit Mitchell for visionary leadership, especially relative to the issue of the insurance, the disaster insurance as one might call it. And here is St. Jude this morning, trying to say that there's no visionary who would come to do something when it is obvious to be done. Excuse me? St. Vincent is in the same vulnerable state.
Or the pension was obvious
Jamaica
to
is in
be
the same
done.
vulnerable state. Dominica is in the same. All of them is in the same vulnerable state. How much of them took that initiative to do the insurance? Ask the question and answer the question, so that when these fellows and them having the opportunity to give credit where credit is due, they find a reason not to do it. And that's the kind of danger we end up with in this country. So that you have this government right now doing all kind of nonsense. Talala, nana popot, and they have nothing to say. Before I go, I might come back again, but before I go, I find it taking long now. But I heard an interview just before this storm, with my good friend Dennis Cornwall, Cornwall as he is known, but I was calling him Sylvester so much at the time. And he was asked the question as to whether he has a company that deals with the CBI program. As you know, they're changing name, but it's the same CBI program. His answer was that he has a company, he set up a company. But since he became Minister for Finance, he emphasized the finance. He never said since he became Minister for Finance, he's no longer the head of the company. And he does not deny that the company still exists. But here's the thing, on top of that, it must be that the company was set up during the time he became Minister in his first portfolio. Because he was never a CBI agent during the previous administration. He only became a CBI agent when this government came into office.
But he's a beneficial owner.
Office, he became a minister.
But he's a beneficial
He became
owner.
A minister. That's the point. And he's a beneficial owner still. Because he's no longer the head, as he says, since he became finance minister. This kind of corruption is going on. You never hear Friends of the Earth people, you never hear St. Jude, and so on saying a word about it. And that's the kind of thing. But they could come up with all kind of thing that happened a million years ago that even not to an extent as a significant issue. It might have been a mistake, but it's not a case of corruption. You might trust into somebody and the person deceive you. Who is responsible in the end? Yes, you might have said, you could say that you should have taken more due care and attention to the credibility of the person or people in the process of doing. But sometimes you just believe in trusting people and you do it and they deceive you. In the end, you have to take the blame because you that gave the authorization for that. But do you ever call Kit a corrupt person? Kit has ever been accused or Kit could be accused of the kind of corruption that these ministers right now are involved in? No. But you hear this guy saying nothing about it. Gentlemen, take care.
Yes, and one have to understand the National Democratic Congress. They have so much of practice and history in disinformation and propaganda and lies. Don't expect them to change now, particularly when they have so much thing that they would hide.
Yeah.
And remember the policies,
restorative
information based upon need to know, and they decide to implement the restorative justice.
Somebody said the Prime Minister could take out PTA by marijuana trees, but other people getting locked up for possession of marijuana.
That's why I always say the Prime Minister and the Minister of Legal Affairs was responsible for the upsurge in crime in Grenada. Both of them. And the other ministers was complicit. When you watch the action of some of the ministers, it gave a kind of, it served as a catalyst for unsuspecting individuals and young people to behave badly. How could you have an attorney general have a hand imitating a gun and saying shoot Babylon? I mean, this is not any and anybody. This is a lawyer.
The legal advisor to
this is a woman jumping up and saying shoot Babylon. You know what is the impact of that?
Yeah, let's take any cue from that.
Shoot Babylon. In addition to that...
So maybe that's why Tevin find it easy to cost the police.
Well, of course. It cost the police and this one sell a vehicle and believe he right to sell a vehicle that is not his he believe he's right. And in Parliament, another one calling one of the most senior women in Parliament,
mad black woman,
a public officer, a medical doctor, a mad black woman, and this individual was not strongly reprimanded by his cause. But remember, the NDC practically endorsed the mouthpiece when they say the church was sucking the anus of a political party. And they endorse that. The NDC portrays itself as a hate group. And that's why it'll be nice to have a discussion with men like St. Jude and them. My brother Willie and my brother Ray and them. It'd be nice to sit down in a panel to ask their opinion on the bank, the rating of the GDP bank. I'm so disappointed in some of the journalists that has been endorsed by the Prime Minister because their reputation will be at stake. They must understand that to be a good journalist now, you have a lot of competitors from unorthodox method based upon technology. And if you have the opportunity to practice your journalism, yes, caller, welcome.
Sir.
Hello.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes, my brother. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, my brother. Go right ahead.
All right. Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Because I wanted to get your pen out because I was driving and I parked the car because I'm going to highlight like 4 things and I wanted to write them down and I'm going to respond. I'm going to listen to your response.
Go right ahead.
Number one, are you, keep on writing, are you aware of a newspaper or a newsline called The News Today? The reason why I'm saying this, I wanted to, who is Dwight Howard? That's my first question.
Who is Dwight Howard?
Dwight Howard?
Wait, let
yeah, he asking all his questions.
I want to make sure the name is right, Gates.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dwight Howard, now he was the Attorney General from Anguilla.
Right.
And according to News Today, he is the one earmarked to take over from our Dr. Kit Mitchell. And are you also aware that tomorrow, Dr. Kit Mitchell, Miss Emlyn Pear, who I admire very well, and Brother Peter David are coming to America to the first major meeting in a place called the Legacy Law. This is information I got from the News Today.
Okay, next one.
Now, yes, now he is earmarked to take over from Dr. Kit Mitchell. Are you aware of that?
Didn't you say you're asking 4 questions?
Ask
one. All right, you know.
One so far.
Ask the others.
Well, yeah, I needed to do some research because he, that is from News Today. I don't know. So you are charged with doing your homework in Grenada.
And responding. Yeah. You have more question one time?
Only one question.
You have more question one time? Like 2.
2?
Yeah. You have more question?
Yes.
Next one. 3rd one.
The question is Dwight Howard a prominent person in
our... Let me respond to you. Let's respond to you. Can we go respond to you off air? Yeah, I heard some stories that the NNP had a delegation going to New York. And yes, I heard the name of Kit Mitchell, Peter David, Emlyn Pierre, and Dwight Horsford. It's not Howard, it's Horsford.
That is what I was asking.
Yeah, Dwight Horsford.
Dwight Howard is a basketball player?
Yeah.
Howard is a basketball player. Dwight Horsford.
Let me help with the senior. This thing already meeting in New York, that meeting had to be last week and it has been cancelled. So this thing about meeting...
So you're not taking place again?
It's not true.
You're not taking place again?
No.
Yeah. It was supposed to be last week, but
And
perhaps because of the hurricane and what is going on in Grenada now, he's saying that the meeting is postponed. In terms of Dwight Horsford, as far as we know, he has always been an NNP, was involved, was in Anguilla, and I don't think there is anybody in particular to take over. When you have a convention, one would hope that they have election, and who want to run for the post, run for the post. So there is no EMAC. You cannot people EMAC to hand over.
I don't even dignifying what the Grenada tool say, because the Grenada tool
but it's still
the truth abide it not.
Yeah. But so my brother,
I don't take in that distraction.
So my brother, most likely when there is a convention, anybody could run for the leadership. One would hope, and the convention will be free and fair. So nobody out of the group is EMAC to take over.
Okay, now I stand corrected. My mistake is Horsford, yes.
Horsford,
right.
yeah.
So, yes, okay, right. So, so that was in the making. Was that in the making?
Well, Dwight Horsford.
Is that correct?
Well, they had to go to United States, but I understand that because of the hurricane, the trip is postponed.
Yeah, I just got a flight.
They're on?
He's there.
The trip is on?
No, it's postponed.
The trip,
See?
The trip is postponed.
Yeah.
So maybe we might post it up on.
Nah, don't post up.
All right, okay. All right, so the trip
don't
is
take that distraction.
Okay, my brother. All right. Yeah.
Continue.
Yes, he likes to ask this question.
What's the other question he asked?
Well, that was it too. He asked the NNP trip and Dwight Horsford. He asked.
Now, senior, we've been around a long time.
He's in from the States and he must pick up this thing on
the
news
government of the day is not performing with distinction. They're not handling the Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So you find out that distractions coming out.
And not even only
in that trying to keep us from the issues at hand. If Dwight Horsford so desire to be the leader or be in leadership of the NNP, is a matter entirely for him. We are not here to speculate whether it's true or not. Time will reveal. So I don't let in this distraction take me, Mr. Pierre. They only aim that distraction. And the Grenada today has never been the mouthpiece of the NNP. They have never been the mouthpiece. As a matter of fact, they are anti-NNP.
And that is some of the issues that I see. Because NNP supporters doesn't seem to know that. And this could only be the responsibility of NNP to inform the political activists that this is not the mouthpiece of it. So when you see these things, take it with a pong of salt. Is the party to make certain that a political activist in the constituencies, in the polling station, polling division, aware that these groups are not our official mouthpiece. Particularly these groups, they propagate propaganda against our political party. When you see thing on it, take it with a pong of salt. And then in that way, your party machinery will be better. So
But if you follow the narrative of this particular newspaper, Mr. P, all of a sudden, they drop the Peter David taking over leadership.
Well, unsuspecting individuals don't know.
Yeah, and they're trying to hang on Dwight now.
And even if your own strong NNP supporters don't know, then that is not good for you. If you have in your strong supporters holding discussion, you might have them on WhatsApp group or what, they must know where the enemy camp is. Because the National Democratic Congress have done a better job of this propaganda against NNP. and it's the NNP to inform the members. Because it's all fair in war, you know. According to Michael Baptist, eggs are no place in Rockstone dance. And where the politics is concerned in Grenada is a lot of political division. The present government is propagating fracture and division. And you can't just sit down and say, leave it so, you know. Otherwise, you will be engulfed in it. And the amount of propaganda that goes to your members, they will start to believe it. That is why they are saying, don't listen to our programs.
Yeah.
Because we dare them and challenge them to take on the truth. I've heard Jenny Simon always speaking about facts. And if when we speak on a program, we say something that is incorrect, and it could happen because we're not speaking with a script, we will gladly correct it. And that's why you should encourage your supporters to listen to us. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, you gone?
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a little patience.
Morning, Mr. Pierre. Morning, Master
Great,
Carl.
thank
Morning,
yeah.
Igor.
All right.
Morning.
Master Carl,
Hey.
I'll be very short, very, very, very short this morning. You and I know that sand mining is an offense.
Yes.
We know that.
Yes.
As it is now, the sand miner has always proven itself to be a distractor. Master Carl, have a good day.
I like that.
Yeah, you see.
I have an next call. Let's stick it out there. Hello.
Hi.
Bigger phone.
Hi. Yeah, that one can handle some of these people. The man too old. He must go. We don't want him. So why you having problem that somebody taking over from him? Why? You don't want him. It's old. Why you having problem? They want to put people. Why? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Thank you.
All right.
And sometimes sometimes I watch the
propaganda machine.
Sometimes I watch the machinery of both political parties, particularly more physical. Even some of my NDC associates, I like to dare them and challenge them to take me on. Sometimes they say, running your mouth on radio. I say, come and tell me what I'm saying that is not the truth. Because I promise to speak the truth.
I'm nothing but the truth.
I say, tell me what I'm saying on the radio is not the truth. And I always encourage them to do research. If individuals on the radio constantly slamming that you raid the GDB bank, that's a serious crime.
Yeah, but why they don't?
It's unacceptable.
Why they don't defending stuff like that?
Not afraid that they'll go on the side, make some low blow at me.
Look at the clips we playing about the housing situation in Carrick.
They can interfere with them embarrassed.
We spreading misinformation, but they don't presenting no evidence to prove otherwise. And that is in the words of the Prime Minister, DJ Greashand, Miss Gloria, Javan, and the Eggman and them. We say the Eggman is in charge of GIS, and we're asking the questions about the airline company and so on. But they only say we line, Mr. Pierre, without proving that we do it.
Yeah, but you see, so when individuals say that, I always encourage people, do little research. When you're doing research, it's not a scientific paper you're presenting. What you're doing is to try to have the courage of your own conviction. So if they say, well, these people, listen to what they say. I even ask people to research Michael de Freitas, the butcher of the Congo. When I see the lifestyle of this government, I ask them to research these other individuals, because you practically know an individual with that lifestyle where you go. If you pray and save a little money, give you, and you jump a plane and go in Las Vegas and gamble, you will ruin the business. You will ruin the business. And that is what happening in Grenada. This government ministers are living above their means. And as a result of that, it's easier for them to be enveloped when money is offered to them. 160,000 at number 10 jumping and calling Jab to take picture. 100,000 had one minister glowing. He get a gracious offer. This is corruption of
unprecedented. We never.
I've never seen that in my life.
See, high frequency.
And I'm in country long.
It's like a spice mass. Lately, we've heard that it is a possibility that the parade of the band and Juve money is supposed to the carnage, but because of the lights they say and the truck.
What they live in the light for? Huh? They celebrate the next 50 years again. What they live in the light for?
They're supposed to take all that and save it for next
year.
The
embarrassment. They spend money on a light that was badly constructed. Why didn't you put the light higher? Why you put the light over the road? You squander money.
Why when they put in the light, the carnival was not considered?
Well, everything was a rush.
Because it's not the first time the bands will be parading on the carnage. So it's not a new thing to say, well,
so why you put the lights there? And now you leave in the lights start to rusty already. Light don't work in.
Some of them don't work in. I don't know what of them.
By the bayside you put all light.
So my advice would then give you another friend of theirs a walk to
take on the light.
Or put it up higher.
Give you it's a corrupt government.
Either one of your family, one of your friend, or yourself.
And we heard these companies start overnight.
Yeah.
You made companies 22 million at stake. You made companies, not a day work you gave the roadside workers. The pushers for independence, you don't give them a day work. But you spend millions of dollars to put up lights that don't make no sense. The light wasn't even constructed properly. You should have put up lights that could have remained for a period of time. You have no more celebration for the lights. Now you want to thwart the activities of Carnival because you're embarrassed and you're ashamed. Take out the lights. The lights have no more value. Remove them. Give one another friends a contract to mash them up. They have no value. You can't thwart the activities of Carnival. For a project, everybody tell you when Carnival come here to take it out. You're being dumb twice. It is not good for a government to be dumb twice. Yes, caller, welcome.
To all the gentlemen on the panel, morning.
Yes.
Noise radio.
The diaspora, morning, sir. It was brought to my attention, and I would say alleged.
Yeah, see that.
That the people that was paid to put the light up never got paid. On that note, have a great day, man.
Yeah. As we on people not getting paid, Mr. Information reached me that those persons are them who are working on food, George, doing the work day, has not been paid in a month. So they go up there every day, but they don't work.
Well, the government says that it's the public officers that sabotaging it. The government claim they have money. They have no problem for money.
You ever hear that?
The teachers union agree with them.
The money guy.
They say they don't have no problem for money. I like the money. They say it's the public officers that sabotaging it. So obviously the union leaders have a right to open their mouth and take on that issue. The union can be quiet, you know. The public workers union is alone. During the revolution, that's the only union that was not engulfed by the revolution. The only union that stood up in defiance during the revolution, the 4.5 years. I don't know how long they'll make it more without the leaders going in jail. But the only union that stood up in Grenada, about 4 or 5 times meeting crash, you know, chair pelt, all kind of thing. What? The only union that stood up. So the public workers union leaders, and somebody you must surprise to know, some of the stalwarts was ordinary women, you know, post office, inland revenue, that stood up. When people were running, not the high level people that stood up. The ordinary workers, and that is when alone. If you're afraid to lose your job, then leave it.
Yeah.
As a senior public officer, you must not afraid to lose your job.
Like
a man can run on the bed when he see conflict. The wife's supposed to hand him immediately.
In Todd, all cop Igwe, they tell the custom officer, when you tell them warehouse speller, you see what, if you want to work, you have to, if you want your job, you have to leave your job. You can't want in your job and still afraid.
You can't afraid. This is what caused country to get corrupt. A medical doctor don't supposed to afraid. A lawyer don't supposed to afraid. A senior public officer not supposed to afraid. A police above inspector not supposed to afraid. And that is why they put police above inspector under the Public Service Commission. Politicians cannot give them instructions. They don't. Of course, they coaches and recognize the politician is a kind of half lunatic, and I will try to be thing with him. But the politician cannot give the police instruction and protocol. Is that the people you call in foreign affairs protocol?
Yeah.
Protocol supposed to have a session with new politicians and tell them about the public service. If we have a strong public service, our democracy will be intact.
Morning, Mr. Ezron.
You can have a strong public and
Them
public
say
officers
Ezron next gate.
ducking and hiding and covered. Unacceptable. You are an inspector. You are under the Public
From
Service
St. Max?
Commission.
You know him?
I know I is run family.
Where you working?
In prison. I know I is run working down there.
It's up here. The seaweed. Senior, stay with me.
Why trying
the seaweed is up here.
Interfering.
The Prime Minister had all kind of things to say about the seaweed. He knew all the properties of the seaweed, Mr. Penn. Now it's time to act, Mr. Prime Minister. Act now. Because even on Granans, nice Granans,
They all about those right now.
the seaweed damaging it.
We need the net. We need the net.
And we know when we talk here. Like, go on now, give me.
Give.
Where have you been since 2014? For you to not smell the stench that comes from the sargassum that the people of Subiz and Maki have to live with day in, day out.
Hans.
Where have you been to not know that the fishermen of Subiz and Maki have to walk through the sargassum every day to get onto and off their boats with their fish? Where have you been to not know that the sargassum is damaging the engines of the boats? Where have you been to not know that the sargassum is creating skin rashes to our fishermen and the people who go on the beach and have to wade through the sargassum?
Stop it right there.
Done.
Where are you, Prime Minister? People can build on Granans Beach. Because I near to him, Mr. Pierre. They're not far.
Yes, build on beach.
Well, some people believe we can build on the beach.
This man is a fake. Only word I have is a fake. He lied without compunction. He knew what he's saying was not true. And it's unacceptable.
You see, he can build on the beach.
If we want a good society, our leaders have to try the utmost to be of decent individuals. We have to have a cadre of leaders. Yes, they're going to make mistakes. Yes, they're going to have problems. But they cannot be blatant liars. And I don't care. And what happens is that we let intelligentsia get away with murder.
It's a certificate.
We go after the ordinary man like there is no tomorrow. You see, till I tell Tifa blogger, she go in jail. She daughter have a master's degree. The daughter don't even want to see her. Because she blaming the mother for a crime that committed before she exists.
Yeah.
People are telling the mother tip a blood oil. You never know. She don't meddle with the mother. No. And this is what happening. Because Deacon Mitchell is a lawyer. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to you, gentlemen.
Yes, my brother.
Yes. Two important things. First of all, I sent a message concerning. I went to get some water, right around Castine, that road going up to the Belvedere, and while collecting water there, I looked up and noticed there's a massive tree overlooking that water hole, and it is dangerous. You can see the tree is basically leaning already, and if it ever falls, it comes right down to the road, and it could hurt, perhaps kill people right at the bottom there. So I'm alerting persons who usually traverse that area and go and get water. Pay attention to the top of that of the water hole, right? And so it's very, very dangerous. Pay attention, please. Secondly, it is criminal, Mr. Prime Minister, to deny the Grenadian people of housing, especially the Karakunians, right? You have deliberately, you and your government, withheld, right, housing from the people of Karakou. Why have you done that? And you yourself said it, right? That how can you do it? It is criminal. And don't give me no thing about the people who come in to assist in Karakou, you're giving them places to live. No, the priority must be the people of Karakou and Petit Martinique. Those who are coming to volunteer, they know what they are coming into. They are prepared. Most of them have their tents and everything like that. They know what they are going to. They are not going to Karakou to take away housing space from the pregnant women and the children and the elderly. No, they are going to assist. So again, I said in closing, Mr. Prime Minister, it is criminal for you and your government to be doing the people of Karakou and Petit Martinique that. Gentlemen, have a blessed day and a good weekend.
All right. It is criminal, Mr. P.
It is. We are approaching the end.
Yeah. Yes. Allow to take a break?
No, man, we almost there.
Almost there. So no time for break. Perhaps I'll just spend a couple minutes and make some recommendations to the government.
You don't want to break, Mr. P?
We're almost into the end.
The seaweed.
Yeah, go on, senior. I just ask if you like break.
National Democratic Congress intends
not
to
really
tackle
come from the
sargassum problem that has plagued the East Coast of Grenada for the last several years.
Only West Coast damage.
It affects the tongue of Grenville. It affects most of the East Coast, starting from as low down as Malmont, Lassages and St. David, all the way up. It has become a living nightmare, frankly, for many of our coastal residents. It affects the beaches. It no doubt you have to live with the stench. The residents in Soubise, Marquis, and I think all the way into Grenville, you get that stench. Now, if you view life negatively, you will simply perhaps see the sargassum as a problem. But if you view life positively, we know that everything that has been placed on planet Earth is placed there by the Creator. And He gives us the wisdom to find creative ways to use whatever it is that is on planet Earth. So we see the sargassum as an opportunity for us, in fact, to be able to use it to the benefit of Grenada. And so we intend, first of all, to capture the sargassum before it gets to shore. We intend to research, bring into Grenada nets that we can run along the coastline so that we can capture the sargassum before it gets to shore. we can then bring it ashore, we can then store it appropriately, conduct the necessary research on it, and use the findings from the research to create products that would be useful for us.
Yes, Igwe. You know, here a man what is they building a bridge from Sotes to Kariku. That brother, got just stuck in there. Who did say that? During the campaign, a man say he go build a bridge.
Said guy.
The said guy.
No.
Who said? Somebody
That is
say some
Winty.
Winty, what he say that? Building a bridge from Kariku to Grenada. So we capturing the seaweed now. We waiting.
Yes, I think
we'll
the
just
question
buy,
of
we'll
this,
buy 2 planes too.
The question of the seaweed question is sad and it's unfortunate because the seaweed doesn't affect Grenada alone. A number of Caribbean islands affect, and there are a number of reports, etc. on it. So if the Prime Minister had said he work in collaboration with other islands in the Caribbean, so the Prime Minister clearly knew what he's saying. He had absolutely no intention of doing it. He just lied. And this is my challenge with the Prime Minister. He seems to tell lies on everything. I don't know if the Prime Minister is so arrogant that he believes he's speaking to little children or some little woman he quoting or something,
believe people
or
don't.
spouse. Because for him to make a statement like that, he's advisor in agriculture, and he must have had an advisor. If you is a leader of a party, you ought to have advisors in different areas to help you on fundamental position. So the Prime Minister told lies on the seaweed issue. He never intended to follow up on it. But look at what the Prime Minister said about Green Lake truck. These statements make people kicks. In the Caribbean, they kicks on you when you go on courses and etc. The Prime Minister say he's going to rent a land Green Lake truck.
Yeah, to pick the mango.
To pick mango, guava and coconut. That finish work 4:30. Now which company, which individual going to lend you or rent you a vehicle at 4:30 that they have to use 8 in the morning? Do we have the terrain, the very topography? And the Prime Minister is a lawyer. He's not Tevin Andrew. He must know. So he blatantly lied to the public. And then you had individual greening. They were complicit. How could we do that to our people?
The man could stop the thing, but he only did greening.
Look at the Prime Minister's attitude to the faith workers. The most dismissive attitude he had. The Prime Minister blatantly lied to the public. In addition to that, look at how dismissive. What are they doing? Washing hands?
Yeah, washing hands.
The Prime Minister was well aware of the challenge the COVID-19 had and how dynamic and active the minister was in responding to the union's demand. But even that, these are workers in the lowest grouping in Grenada.
Somebody tell me I must ask the Prime Minister, what was his connection with faith organization?
Yes.
You see, when he answered that question, you go realize how mischief
He's a fake. He's a fake. He walked
Ask him what was
smile
his
with
connection to faith organization. And the guy said when he answered that question, we go realize how mischief this guy is.
And these workers was working for $800. When he said that, if you hear, even I look at Persuader face, and I was so disappointed. 800 workers. The next day, Master Kali did the arithmetic.
Yes.
It wasn't geometry, it wasn't algebra.
No.
Simple arithmetic. If you have 800 workers working for 24 months, and you paying, when you work it out, it's 5.6 million. If you have 12 workers getting $1,200 for 24 months, 300 workers getting $800. You already don't pay the people for the disinfectant, the telephone, the office.
But what's so strange about the thing, Mr. Pierre? David Andrew, we must ask him what was his involvement with faith organization. Because see some of them pretending that faith just fall from a tree and they don't know about faith. When we know the involvement is more than what they're trying to tell us about faith organization, Mr. Pierre.
You see, my concern is we have to be very careful in our society when academia want to trick you. We have to be very careful when our leaders are betraying us. We have to be very careful when our leaders lie without compunction. Look at the Prime Minister's attitude to workers on contract. There is absolutely no need
for a parallel public.
As soon as
within 12 months.
These are your most vulnerable workers in the country. Look at how you treat the Imanis. Then the masterpiece is the low-income housing. The Chinese promised Grenada 2,000 houses. They should have been a long time as far as I'm concerned. But the Chinese master the art of diplomacy. They come here for 1,000 years. So they ain't building no house quick. When the National Democratic Congress come in power, issues that the NNP objected to with the Chinese, they grant them permission to do it. The NDC went to the Chinese and asked them to take back 1,000 houses. We don't need it.
They do it half and half.
They want 40 million. The NNP make nice, the Chinese will give them. And when they're done, although they've made all sort of derogative statement against the character of the NNP for not giving out the house to the lower income, when they reach, they trick these people. They lie to them. They deceive them. And I understand they have houses already earmarked for the diaspora. That is why. Even in times of crisis and you're begging on your knees, you refuse to give the house. I understand when diaspora see this house, they ball, you know. They say like condominiums.
Yeah, condominiums.
Condominiums?
Condominium.
Yeah, well, I don't even know that word. I never go in America. I don't know that word. So they said, no, we want the house. So Deacon lied again with them and promised them a serious number of the houses. And I understand that is the challenge you have now. You don't want to give the ordinary people the houses. And how you could support a fake like that? I ask the question all the time. Because you see, I see these things in the same context with our old slave masters that sold us in slavery. And now we have some intellectuals want the European to give them money for reparation. And they're doing the same thing to us here. The houses are for the lower income group who cannot face the bank. So St. Jude Bernard, Brother Ray Roberts, Brother Willie, the trade union, both Calistra and Dr. Bob. How you feeling? How could you stomach a crime, an injustice like that against the poor of the poor? No amount of benefit, no amount of work riders, no amount of money you all get shouldn't convince you all to sell out our people MasterCard.
The thing about it is, Mr. Pierre, and they're doing it.
Thank you for the bell.
And they're doing it without any remorse, you know, Mr. Pierre. Not to say that when they do it, they showing you any remorse to say, boy, them men and them feeling bad about it. Them like it's a glory thing, as you say, the Attorney General, the legal advisor to the government of Grenada was what? Kill Babylon, shoot Babylon.
A school child tell me to ask you, Igwe, before we go. Tell Master Carl to ask Rondell Robinson who owned the Postal Corporation. Full stop.
Gregory Boyne.
Gregory Boyne.
That is what he said. So I hope he give Gregory Boy the money. And Gregory don't say nothing. Yet I think that's one of the challenge, and when we speak, we challenge, particularly the NDC political activists. Do the research
They can't deal
and
with
take
it,
us on. We should do easy to handle, you know. Particularly when you have Manje Koshoro, should do easy to handle. And should do our friend.
Because they only saying how we don't speak any truth, but they ain't saying what we saying what is not true.
Truth is a dangerous thing. Thank you very much.
All right.
You tell me candidly, too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need talk close to tell them go